that we would have set up for the APR forum. Also, the new panel that will be coming, there's a new panel of 10 members that will be confirmed in February. So those new people can then get an induction and start to make those connections so that we get the time that is going to use in Gaza to also benefit because it's based in the continent. So, but it's incumbent upon us to take that initiative in terms of facilitation. So that is positive to me. And we're not talking budget. We're not talking anything. We're just talking people and outreach as human beings going forward. So meaning that every year we commit his services to 2 events because it's not a once-off. You can vary the topic, whatever the issues are, but the resource is there for you. You know, you don't have to use your procurement services at the APRM and sign forms and all those things. And the rest we can facilitate going forward. We take care of the other protocols that will be required. To me, that's very positive. And Zweli is not here, but yeah, he is committed, to that. But we haven't decided on the topic. We're just blocking his date because it's part of us to say we want you to diarize these dates on your calendar. So that's, to me, is very important going forward. Also, as you go back to your countries, it's time to reflect because everything has been monetized these days. Everything is defined in terms of rands and cents or dollars or euros. And those are the dollars that we don't have, at least most of us. So it's for you when you go back to your country and you see a need for an intervention, and maybe you can call us back and say, how can we support you? And that's why we are here. And that's the value that we give you from this platform. And it will not cost anything to reach out to me via WhatsApp. I respond to my WhatsApp messages. I have my colleague from Zambia here, so we have been managed to communicate quite a lot when she was coming here to the seminar. So when you go back, let's keep talking and get things going forward. So may I call you to come and join me then? Then we get started. Our first speaker is here. When the Chinese representative from the embassy comes, we'll then deal with the person at that stage. So I'm handing over to yourself. You introduce yourself, then the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's a warm morning. Good morning. Yes, that's much better. My name is Alice Muraguri. I am the head of learning and development at the African Capacity Building Foundation, ACBF. ACBF is a specialized agency of the African Union that's mandated with capacity building for our AU member states. So it's a pleasure to be here to moderate a very key session on disaster risk reduction alongside my wonderful co-moderator, who I'll allow to introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Nonkululeko Masuk, and I'm with the African Peer Review Mechanism, also known as the APRM. And I'm also quite happy to moderate the session with you. I'm in charge of state resilience and governance at the APRM.
So because we have started a bit late today, we will still try to respect the time so that we can do as much as possible today. Key sub-themes today, as I have mentioned, around disaster risk reduction, but we're going to look at the steps that the countries are taking in strengthening and building in infrastructure, looking at the financial, the critical infrastructure, and the human element of it, which is very important. Yesterday, I think we saw the need to have both human and institutional capacity building and strengthening. And so today in this session, those are the key highlights that we'll be looking at toward strengthening our state institutions. So first on stage, and I'm not so sure if all our speakers are here, but today ideally we should be having Dr. Bongani Sithole, the Deputy Director General, Head of the National Disaster Management Center, and Ms. Semela, the Regional Coordinator, Africa Open Government Partnership. We will only allow for 15 minutes of presentation so that we have enough time for Q&A.
So on behalf of Dr. Sithole is Mr. Jürgens Dessel. He is the Chief Director. Yes, in charge of policy, legislation, and compliance. You have the floor, sir.
Just plug in. Good morning, everybody. Whilst the technical colleagues are sorting out the presentation, let me start off by saying thank you very much for the invitation and the re-invitation. We were here last year. And let me also use the opportunity to apologize on behalf of Dr. Elias Sithole, the head of the NDMC. Other work commitments are keeping him sometimes away from these kind of events. So let me recognize his apology, and then also, indicate that when we prepared the presentation or when we were preparing for the session, we were requested to provide a kind of an update of the work that we presented last year. So you will see that some of the slides, they look kind of similar. But what we have done is we focused on the areas in which, there's been progress. And then at the end, to touch very briefly on where the review of the disaster management system is in South Africa. It's not ready yet? Oh, it's there. So let me put it on slideshow, then we're ready to go. So maybe I can just start very briefly by saying that if you are not familiar with the South African disaster management system, the Disaster Management Act or the Disaster Management Act essentially requires that each organ of state at national, provincial and local government develop a disaster management plan. And that disaster management plan must deal with the entire process of disaster management. In other words, from prevention to reduction, preparation, mitigation, response and rehabilitation. And the National Disaster Management Center has issued a number of guidelines in this regard. The Act also requires that there are disaster management centers established at national level, at a provincial level. There's 9 of them, and within each of the districts and metropolitan environments. So when you look at the work that I'm going to present, this is focused mostly on the National Disaster Management Center and how it fits into the broader Africa peer review that was done in 2022. And some of the work that we're doing at national level that filters into the provincial space. I think in terms of just reflecting, on the peer review mechanism, I want to highlight, the 4 objectives that are listed there. In terms of enhancing disaster risk knowledge and resilience to shocks and disasters. It's very important for us, if you do not understand the risk, where the risks are, to what extent, who are at risk, who are exposed, who are vulnerable, what your capacities are, you're not able, to respond to them. You're not able to manage them. Understanding risk in its broader form and to the best of our technical and, scientific ability is critical. Otherwise, you just focus on the wrong things. The next component is governing risk and resilience, to shocks and disasters. Now that you know what the risks are, is how are you going to make critical decisions in managing that risk. And to a large extent, we see within the disaster management space that people focus often just on disaster risk reduction. We want to reduce or maintain the risk. They not necessarily always look at risk transfer as a mechanism in employing the risk transfer mechanisms, like, for instance, transferring the risk to other spaces, buying insurance, etc., etc. In some instances, is actually avoiding the risk altogether, not allowing people, for instance, to settle in vulnerable spaces. You can avoid disasters completely by not allowing people to settle within rivers, like we have seen in 2022. And invariably, that sometimes brings people in conflict with government because, we all know the social and economical dynamics that exist within Africa, and particularly in our country, that to a large extent, available land is often not land that is safe for settlement. There's a reason why that land is not settled. Quite often, not always, but to a large extent. People settling, for instance, in servitudes right underneath, these high-level power cables. People settling within mining areas. People settling, for instance, in dolomitic land, etc., etc. And there is a number of governing mechanisms, both at the political and at senior administrative level, that's needed to coordinate a government-wide risk reduction and management mechanism. The third part is, I think, in South Africa, one of the areas where, the most work is needed. Because we, to a large extent, understand our risk, to a large extent, we have the governance mechanisms, but we are not investing. If you do not buy a life insurance policy, you cannot expect to be paid when you die. That's how it works. You have to make the investments in the right places at the right time. And unfortunately, in a developing economy like ourselves, in Africa, our politicians are faced with tremendous difficult choices. Do we invest in infrastructure that improves, the life of people? And then, not risk-proof that infrastructure. So that we build a bridge, we build infrastructure, we build water sanitation plants. First serious rain that we get, the entire mechanism is washed away. We have to start afresh. So it's very important for us to understand that we have to invest in resilience in all its different forms, that it comes, and understand that being resilient to events and being less vulnerable to events are not necessarily the same. And it's often difficult coming to, to forums like this where we are sitting with the pinnacle of education and experts in the field. But even within that space, people see resilience and vulnerability as one and the same. And they are essentially not. You can still be highly vulnerable, but be able to be resilient to events. And I'll try and explain it in this way. We have informal settlements all over our country. It's very easy to bounce back from a very low base. It's very easy. It's difficult, and it's devastating for that family to have lost almost everything that they own, even if it's a small amount. But for them to bounce back to that level is not a big step. Having situations where we have a growing middle class that is now moving money away from insurance products that hedge them against these events, take people from, reaching that point to going back to poor when events occur. So it's very important for us to invest in resilience in all its spaces. And then in terms of objective for preparedness, response, and building back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. This is an interesting space because, as you will see in the next few minutes, I'm going to talk a little bit about South Africa's review of our disaster system. And there is a lot of talk in our country currently that we need to invest more in preparedness, response, and all of these different kind of things, because those are the things that are in the media. When a disaster occurred and people are destitute, that is what is in the media. But the media are not are not reporting on the people and the grave danger that some people live in every day. Because it is not worthy, it's not newsworthy, it's not sensationalist. So all of a sudden, we find that there is a huge amount of drive to invest in better preparedness, in better response, and those kind of things. And I don't want to leave the platform to say that I am averse to that. But research have shown, for every dollar you invest in resilience, you save $8 in response. You're not losing the lives. You're not having people displaced. You're not having the difficulty of having to explain to the public why these events have occurred. It's more effective, more efficient, and more economical to reduce and to prevent and even mitigate to a large extent events from happening. But here last, we will not be able to, to prevent all events. We will not mitigate all of them to zero. So we have to prepare. We have to prepare our communities. And to a large extent, educate our community on what they can do to be better prepared for events. I'll use a simple example in this regard. If you look at a country like Japan, for instance, which is probably one of the most exposed countries in the world in terms of disasters, the official policy of the government is you have to prepare enough resources for yourself to look after yourself for 3 days. Because within that 3 days, government will ramp up its support to you. It's just not possible in our country. Such a policy is not possible. When 17 million of the roughly 60 million people today will only eat once. When 2 million people will not have a meal today. Can we effectively as government adopt a policy of that kind in our country? It's not possible. So we also have to be realistic about the challenges that our countries face when we are talking about preparedness, response, and building back better. Often building back better requires that we have to risk-proof that infrastructure, and that pushes the cost, way above. I want to end with another thought. In 2022, we had quite devastating floods in our country. KwaZulu-Natal, one of the provinces, was quite severely hit, although the Eastern Cape and many others were as well. But there's one particular place where the water treatment plant was completely destroyed. That water treatment plant cost around 50 million rand when it was constructed in 1981, which was a lot of money in those days. It was upgraded during that period of time to around 5 million. So if you look at the infrastructure investment was around 55 million. The replacement value today is 590 million. To replace it for the same like-for-like infrastructure. 550 million. But when you look at the area that it was to serve, it was already too small to serve the area in which it was located. So if you really want to build back better, you have to build it to be flood-proof, but you now also have to build the infrastructure to serve the community that is there, to reduce the vulnerability to clean drinking water. So the point I want to make through this kind of approach, colleagues, is that we're dealing with highly complex issues that are significantly intertwined into many facets of our communities. Disaster management has a saying, it's everybody's business. And it truly is. When we roll out, for instance, clean drinking water programs throughout our countries, we are reducing the risk of disasters. Health-related, and waterborne and all these different kind of things. So the point I want to get to is that the NDMC is coordinating a number of initiatives to respond, to the action plan that was, put together in terms of the assessment that was done in 2022. I want to touch just on a couple of lessons that we have learned, not only from the Africa peer review, but also from the experiences of the disasters that we've had from COVID 2020. And I also want to maybe just touch and leave one thought with you. If you look at, for instance, in COVID, the amount of money government had to find to respond to COVID, estimated is around 550 billion. And when we talk about 550 billion, our brains are wired to hear 550. Do we understand how much money that is, colleagues? R1 million, if you pay 1 million rand per second, you will take 11 days to pay 1 million rand. If you pay 1 billion, you will pay 33 years every second. Yeah. Yes. Every second, 1 rand you pay, you will in 33 years pay 1 billion. 500,000 million is what we had to invest in COVID. 500,000 million rand. It changes our understanding of the number when we look at it. Disasters have the ability to devastate countries. It has the ability to devastate countries. So we learned many lessons. I'm not going to go through them, Chair. I know I'm touched for time, but I just want to touch on 1 or 2, which I think is critical. You will see on the bottom left there, we're talking about capacity, of the disaster management function within sector departments to develop a disaster management plan that, that can fulfill their roles and responsibilities in terms of prevention, mitigation, preparedness, early warning, response, and recovery. If a sector department, if the Department of Human Settlements, as an example, do not have a disaster management plan, how can they respond when there is mass displacement? You will have to run around and try and figure out now, what am I going to do, to deal with this kind of an event. So in any of these reviews, whether it is at national level, whether it is external through the Africa peer review mechanism, through United Nations, other experts, we always have to ask, what is it that we want to achieve? Is it written down? Does it inform our budget processes? Does it inform our planning? Does it inform the actual delivery of the work? And if we only focus on prevention, on response and recovery, we will end up paying 8 times more. Instead of 1 billion, we will pay 8 billion. 8,000 million rand. That's a big difference. It's a huge difference. If you give me 2 billion additional in our budget, the budget was last week, if I think can recall correctly. If you go to the Minister of Finance today and tell him, I have 2 billion that you're not going to have to spend, in this part, for that part, he would be a very happy person. So risk management is becoming a key component. Within the disaster management system, last year when I was here, I explained that we are busy, dealing with the review of the disaster system. I know it's a very busy slide. At the time, we were looking at what is our current operating model, which is here on the left. We were looking at what are the key strategic objectives, that we should pursue. What are some of the key outputs we were looking at? There were some key elements that we already identified. Many of them proved to be correct. Some of them proved to be undershot a little bit. But the key impacts that we want to achieve always will remain the same, because it's linked to the Sendai framework of disaster risk reduction. That's our ultimate goal, is that we want to, reduce mortality. Which country would not want to do that? When we talk about reduced number of affected people, reduced economic losses, if you look at drought, for instance, in South Africa, will reduce around 8 to 10%, in the extreme, in terms of our GDP per annum. That's 30 billion rand. 30 to 50 billion rand from the budget that you're not going to recover 1 year. And that's a huge amount of money. That 30 billion in our health system, colleagues, in South Africa will transform our national health insurance. I can guarantee you now, if you go to the Department of Health and say, here are 30 billion for the first phase of it, they will kiss you. So we have to understand that reducing the number of and economic loss is a critical issue. Damage to critical infrastructure, I spoke very briefly on it. The other ones are more, on a policy and administrative level. But I just thought, as an update, Chair, with the few minutes I have left, is just to give an idea of what we have subsequently started putting together as the problem statement. We are in the process of developing a mechanism to take, a proposal to our cabinet for decision. This is kind of hot off the press, so to speak, but it's not ready yet for cabinet. So these are drafts. It's proposals that we are looking and developing. But what we are saying is we have weak control of environments and legislative deficiencies. For instance, there's operational and structural deficiencies in disaster management. We have district municipalities that have 2 disaster managers having to serve 300,000, 400,000 people, that have to plan for the disaster risk reduction, have to coordinate the work through, the municipal processes, be ready for response and respond. During COVID, for instance, at the National Centre, it was not uncommon to come to work in the morning and find somebody sleeping under his desk because they never left. When our centre was constructed, there was a very famous individual who asked us, why do you have a shower in your office? Why does disaster management need a shower? And the first day we needed it, I phoned him and I said, I know that you have been in your office the whole night. You're welcome to come and use our shower. Because they didn't have the foresight. Sometimes people only see what they want to see, colleagues. So there are a number of deficiencies that we have identified. I'm not going to go into them, Chair, if you allow me. I just want to give you an idea of, to what extent the work has progressed during the last year. We have consulted quite broadly. There's a number of African countries that we have had discussions with. Within Malawi, we had discussions with some colleagues in Zimbabwe, and we looked at a number of, of structural systems within Africa, to understand how our colleagues, within the African content is dealing with things. You will see, for instance, that we are talking about the inappropriate placement of the head, of the head of centre at the national level. We are arguing that and asking the question, and it's not been decided yet, whether we are placed correctly within cooperative governance. Should it not be placed like in many other African countries, either in the office of the Deputy President or in the office of the President or the Prime Minister, or, depending on the different countries. And we see in many cases there's a good correlation between effective coordination if it is placed in the highest office, of the land. There's some financial implications. I've touched on some of it. There will be, without a doubt, a legislative review. Once Cabinet has made a decision, there will be a review. There's no doubt about that, because some of the proposals, and I'll touch just on one or two of them, will have to have a legislative review. We cannot implement them using our current legislative mechanism. Some of the approaches that we were looking at and the things that we have done, for instance, if you look here, we did desktop analysis. We had key strategic objectives identified, which I touched on in last year. There was a synthesis report that we did. We actually employed a professor, who had a supporting team of doctors and professors, and they looked at academic journals that was written throughout South Africa. Largely, we have a very good repository of, of academic discourse work, but also within Africa in the world. And, we were looking specifically, at research that was focused on what South Africa can learn, but also specific critique that was leveled against, our current system. And there are specific strategic objectives that have come from there. And you will see those 7 that we have identified in the beginning, before even doing this research, is coming to the fore quite significantly. So now we have this link where, from our operational and, administrative experience, it can be rooted in scientific understanding, because that link is there. So we are planning to take this work, to Cabinet in the near future. There's some proposals that we are touching on, and these are by no means complete. For instance, controls in terms of logistics management. I was told this morning, that Mr. Suleiman was here, Dr. Suleiman was here, and he spoke about, the work that they are doing. It's driven by logistics. If you do not have logistical mechanisms in place, forget it. Your water is not going to go from point A to point B. I'll share with you just one difficulty that you can have. During the floods in KZN, a country graciously donated a huge amount of items to our country. It took us 5 days to get the administrative processes in place to import the items into the country. 5 days. And I'm not talking 5 days of a few meetings here and there. I'm talking meetings where we have to physically and administratively, I won't say fight, but robustly debate with individuals why, for instance, it would be best, for call it a hospital bed to be brought into the country. Why would it be necessary? And why would that have to be waived? Because their thinking is, if we bring this one hospital bed into the country, it's going to hurt our industries that manufacture the hospital beds here. And that's just one example. Money can move much quicker across borders than items. Money does not need the aircraft to fly for 12 hours. All these different kind of things. So what we are saying, for instance, in some of these items, is instead of negotiating with countries to say, let's share resources in terms of items, let's share financial resources, so that when we need to do things, we can transfer funds and we can stimulate the local economy through vouchers, etc. There's a number of other ones. I just want to maybe touch on the one second from the left at the bottom. That's termed state operations. Some of these names will in all probability change. But what's very important is when you start dealing with large-scale events, when you start dealing with large-scale events, you have to have dedicated coordination mechanisms that can be scaled up. During COVID, for instance, at any given time, probably up until about 2 in the morning, there was about 150 to 200 people at the Reserve Bank who had to be fed, who had to be, provided with a number of different things to coordinate those events. Telephones, you need to have dedicated telephone systems, internet connections, all those different things. A simple thing, like a photocopier not working, can scuttle all the work that you are doing. Load shedding, that is a feature in our country. Water interruptions, all these different things. Disasters don't miss disaster centers, ne? They are subject to the same difficulties. Chairperson, my second last slide talks about the delivery model that we are looking at, and I touched on these 7 key strategic objectives. We are looking at, better organizing ourselves into different regions. One of the key issues in terms of the delivery model is to provide for instance, to develop us as an entity of government. Let me go here. I think it will assist more. So I think people are aware that within our governance systems, there's a number of, call it purposeful vehicles that can deliver services in our country. That does not necessarily mean that we remain a government department. And we've been looking at whether the National Centre should be a department on its own, because that resolves some issues pertaining to procurement. It resolves issues about competing for interest, executive decision making. We're looking, and within the department, there are many different sub-units. We are looking at a government component as a different option. Government components gives us different abilities to deal with different things. It gives you a little bit more autonomy, in decision making and the like, and particularly focused on implementation. And then also, when we talk about outside of the public service, for instance, as a public, as a public entity. Call it on the same level, for instance, like a ESCOM, or the like. But the principle there is these decisions needs to be closely related to the decisions that government is taking on how to deliver. The key issue is no longer what to deliver. We know what to deliver. The question is, how do we structure the national center, provincial centers, and local centers to deliver the best possible service, and to ensure that those state departments that must deliver the actual service can do it. So there are many questions that we still need to look and to go through. I think the key point I want to leave you with is the complexity and the choices that will have to be made. Our job as the NDMC is to put a proposal before Cabinet. And that proposal will not only comprise of one option, there will be multiple options. And it's then up to the leaders to say, we decide that X is the best way to go forward, and we will then start working, to implement those aspects. I want to close perhaps, Chairperson, by just indicating how and what the relationship between that final version and what has been proposed in the Africa peer review mechanism is not 100% clear yet. But there are many of them that are overlapping. We certainly have looked at all the proposals and we welcome them. Perhaps next year we will be in a better position to come here, and to provide you with a decision. Our project plan is of such a nature that we hope that by March next year, a final decision would have been made and budgetary processes would have taken place. It can be quicker, depending on a number of things, but what is important is that when we have the opportunity to review a system, is that we have to cast the net as wide as possible. So with that words, Program Director, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm in your hands for any questions if there are. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation. Quite a number of questions I know must be around the room, including from us, the moderators. However, we will have another 10 to 15 minutes stops presentation from Manasseh Chingubo, who will be taking us through his paper on defining and analyzing the macro service delivery environment in a responsive and resilient state. This paper is quite in depth with a lot of knowledge on our topic today, on disaster risk reduction. So we felt that we can make an adjustment and have him present this paper. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. We're just projecting. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. As the moderator has already introduced myself. My name is Manasseh Chigubo, and I'm with the Department for Public Service and Administration. Today, I would like to share some of the work that the unit that I'm from. I'm within the Productivity and Capability Measurement Studies unit, and I would like to really share the work that we have been doing on defining and analyzing the macro service delivery environment in responsive and resilient state. You would remember, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday that it was emphasized that resilient should actually be neutrality in the context of service delivery. And this example today will really shed some light on the health workers and community representatives case studies in Free State. This is to say that in the quest to the public service being resilient, what are the case studies, especially when we look at the whole concept of citizen centrality or citizen centeredness to service delivery? And I would like to take you through this. The aim of this study was really to assess the state of service delivery in the Free State in terms of these 5 dimensions. However, we are going to be concentrating on the whole a dimension of citizen-centeredness and how resilient should the citizenry as we as public servants need to take, what approach should be taken in the delivery of services. Remember, colleagues, we are in an era where we need to ensure that the services that we deliver are of quality, but with less. In other words, there needs to be level of efficiency in what we do. And the Freedom Charter was very vociferous on the fact that the people shall govern. How do we mean? And how resilient should we be in this whole concept of the Freedom Charter centrality of the people shall govern? So I would just like to share some of this in terms of the whole issue of resilience and the health workers community response to that. Perhaps to begin with, allow me to paint a brief picture of the macro factors in relation to the public service. The macro factors such as the economy, the health, the technology, the natural environment, politics, they all impact on the resources and the capability of the state's delivery processes. In other words, these factors, the macro factors, are factors that determine how resilient the coalface of service delivery is able to deliver services that are of quality. And therefore, the key elements of macro environment impacting on this resilience of the public service really vary. For an example, in the context of South African public service, there have been a lot of macro and micro factors that have actually impacted on us. For an example, South Africa is the most unequal society in the world, and with a core Gini efficiency of 0.66, low rate of economic growth makes it difficult to generate jobs, and therefore requires that as public servants we are resilient at all times. The number of people on social grants in 2020 were about 18 million, and that number has almost doubled. There have been service delivery protests on a monthly or daily basis. Almost more than 30 or so % are without formal education. So all these macro factors really impact on the resilience of the state in the quest to delivering services. The whole issue of corruption plays a role, load shedding for an example. So all that impact on how do we then define the concept of citizen-centeredness in the public sector with specific reference to the health services in Free State? So this study looked at how the community workers as well as the community representatives there are able to play a role in ensuring that the resilience in the quality of services are indeed in line with what you will recall I alluded to earlier, colleagues, that the Freedom Charter is vociferous that the people shall govern. But how do we govern if we are ourselves not resilient? And what do we mean by resilience in the context of service delivery? So this study was conducted by the DPSA University of Free State as well as the Provincial Department of Health. We looked at the socio-economic indicators in the province, and you would see as reflected there, within this period, the medical scheme coverage, for an example, informal housing in the Free State, the wastewater system performance rating, and all of those indicators that really paint a picture of the health system facilities within the province, and how, as the Free State province, the role of community health workers as well as community representatives actually view the concept of services centralness or service centeredness in terms of service delivery. In other words, what role do the community health workers as well as the community representatives are catalytical in the delivery of services? This delivery of services that are in question here have to be delivered in a qualitative manner, quality way, but with less. And how do they juxtapose the whole concept of ensuring that they are indeed in line with that? So this study explored the whole factors around that, and this is one of the dimensions that the DPSA, the University of Free State, and Department of Health in the Free State looked at it. Our method was that of quantitative as well as qualitative approach to this study. And the dimension that I'm talking about is up there, colleagues, on the fact of efficacy of resilient citizen-centered strategies in public service. In other words, this theme looked at how well are the health workers able to deliver services with in collaboration with the health representatives, and what are the challenges? How do they view the challenges in terms of service delivery? And you would see that some of them allude to the fact that most of the time hospital helpers are able to fetch patients, and this is what we heard in Dr. Mangai's presentation yesterday, that the communities themselves are able to take initiatives, what is called HI, human intelligence. So the whole combination of artificial intelligence and human intelligence, it's really shown here as an example in the Free State that the citizenry participation really plays a pivotal role in the provision of services, and this study really take us there. However, there are challenges that remain in this quest to delivering services: infrastructure challenges, shortage of staff, accessibility, and also the quality of health services and the treatment, the lack of Batupili standards. Also, not understanding the whole efficacy levels, the service delivery models, as well as the geographical accessibility to this health system really play a role in the whole citizen-centeredness of health sector there. So in And just minding my time, moderator, the way forward, or our study in the Free State recommended that further research is required to assess the views of public health users. This is the citizen voices need to be heard. In other words, for us to be a resilient government, that cannot happen if the citizens are not playing a role. That is why, again, if I go back to the Freedom Charter, it states categorically, colleagues, that the people shall govern. When the people govern, they govern because it is citizen-centeredness. That is when resilience, they can be able to maneuver, they can able to work as the public-private partnership that we spoke about in this manner. And the other recommendation that we spoke about was that we need to develop ideas to integrate public health services across the three spheres of government and do not work in silos. Again, the concept of PPPs is invoked here, in that this should not be seen, resilience should not be seen as a government problem, but as everybody's problem. And the Free State case study here is a case in point. It really proves that government and academia should continuously, as with the case with ourselves and University of Free State, collaborate on building more partnerships to inform these strategies and mechanisms, so that the whole concept of citizen-centeredness in public health is improved. And therefore, when they are improved, we have an efficient and effective and economical public service. As per Chapter 10 of the Constitution, we then are able to be resilient in facing our day-to-day challenge. Therefore, our way of putting this forth is that the state should continuously play a role. However, this should not be a state problem. It should be everybody's problem. It should be the public-private partnership problem in ensuring that there is a coordinated centrality in delivering of services. And the example or the case study of Free State Health is a case in point here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could we give them a louder hand clap? I think they have done a great job. So we'll now delve into the Q&A session. What I would like to call out is to hear all countries, if not most of the countries represented here. I know the presentation has been a lot around South Africa, but remember, part of what the theme is for this is a knowledge hub, which is more of a collaboration center for each of the countries represented here. So if we could hear more from South Africa, from the different countries that are here, how we are handling the key themes that are being discussed today.
Okay. Do we have the roving mic? All right. Can we have just a show of hands? And whilst we are getting ready to answer some questions, the lady in the yellow jacket here, I'd also like to just abuse my privilege and ask my first question as well to Jurgens. Can you just also please run us through your early warning framework for disaster risk management, and also just highlight what critical infrastructure is needed to support it further?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the colleagues. Mamen Longathen from the DPSA. I think my question will go to the disaster management presentation. The question begs, year in, year out in South Africa, we have the fires in the informal settlements. As much as I heard you mentioning the planning and budgeting for disaster management, how are we doing that? to make sure that not only do we avoid such repeats, but to make sure that we enforce some level of accountability, I would suspect at local government level, where such disasters are averted or avoided, to the extent where possible. I'm sure it might not be completely, but to the extent where possible. Okay, that's the first one. The second one, Chair, I have 30 minutes along. You will choose
Because of time.
one statement probably.
Okay.
The risk management part that we all have to comply with. I find something missing there in the sense that the indicators that are being used to define risks in different spaces are not consistent to the extent that they are able to help us to actually manage those particular risks should they materialize. I think what is coming out is there's more emphasis on the scoring, where you identify what weight to give a risk, but not necessarily the actual fundamental critics of what a risk would be. Then the last one, Chair, the legislative review. Will it also be focusing on accountability, where we enforce management planning for disaster management to the extent that we are able to know that through forecast, what are the probable disasters that can appear in certain environments, and to what extent has there been commitment, like you said, you need committed resources to deal with that, being allocated to avoid that. I know that probably what we've seen is through our maintenance plan that they take the backseat because we wait for the disaster to strike, kind of a sentiments that I'm picking up on my viewpoint. But what I'm saying is, we know that there's a need to manage disasters if COVID taught us anything else. To what extent are we alive and awake to doing this in a manner that we are able to know that come what may, at least there are systems in place?
Okay, do we have, yes, we've got the gentleman over there with the green jacket.
Morning, colleagues. Matswane Leoli from the DPSA. Mine is directed to the presenter who was presenting about the national disaster management. So I'm still stuck on the 550 billion. I think you guys need to find out. So I'm still there. So, sir, you mentioned that the 550 billion was invested. So I was more interested in the word, your choice of wisdom, because you said invested. So I needed to check with you that when you said the 550 was invested, does it mean that there was a return expected later after that investment was done, or that money was basically spent as the government's ultimate obligation for it to save lives? So does it mean that maybe should there be an instance where a situation like COVID strikes again, that 550 billion that was spent, will there be any bits and pieces of it coming back to rescue us? Because that, in my definition, would mean that that money was actually invested. It means in the near future it will come back anyhow. But if it was spent to save lives, or it is not based, it's the anti-side, it's the ultimate government's obligation. So I still respect that, but I'm willing to consider that the money was actually spent to save lives, if that's the case, or it was actually invested, which means that I, as a citizen in the near future, I will expect certain issues to be addressed by that money that was invested. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Okay. Okay, so that will be the first round of questions, and then we'll take your. Okay, we'll let him answer, and then we'll come to the peer review. Is that all right?
Should I cut it?
Yeah.
Chair, it seems I was either unclear or I had to vote a lot of thought. But in terms of the question on the early warning framework that you were asking, South Africa's early warning system in terms of weather-related events is actually quite excellent. We have a very close working relationship, with the South African Weather Service, with the Agricultural Research Council, with Geoscience, and a number of others. So every quarter, we have the National Disaster Management Advisory Forum that meets. During that process, a seasonal profile is prepared as part of a working group, and it's disseminated, within the country, as a seasonal process. But there is daily, every 8 hours, the South African Weather Service issues, various warnings. And those warnings come to the NDMC in a sense that, and we work with the Weather Service to understand not what the weather is going to be, but what is it going to do. So when we get a level 8, weather-related warning, for instance, in a particular space, we take them very seriously because the science on which it's based, is quite robust. So there is a lot of work that we're doing. Yes, we can probably improve. We can always improve. Technology makes, things always on a level where you can get it better, quicker, more accurately. That's the key issues. As part of the G20, work that we are doing, in July, we're meeting again as a disaster risk reduction working group. There's work that is being done to actually disseminate early warnings better. And hopefully within the near future, our country will have early warnings that will come directly to your cell phone. That the way in which they come into other countries. Regardless of whether you have data, regardless of whatever the case may be, it will provide you with information that's based for your area. And why we need to improve on this level is, for instance, my insurer will sometimes send me a message to say, park your car somewhere there's hail coming. But the insurer doesn't know I'm in another part of the country. Because they get the data, they assume I'm in a specific place. Technology is now to make it possible for us to draw a map, to send a message only to folks in that area. And I mean, there's issues that we need. Not everybody in our country has phones and those kind of things, but we will have to find mechanisms of working around those. So early warning is certainly one of the exciting spaces where lives can be saved. If you know early enough, there's something coming, you can act. In tropical cyclones, for instance, that may affect South Africa, we have days warning. It's no longer hours or minutes, it's days. And the ability of the Weather Service to track and predict and where they are going to go is actually phenomenal, to be quite honest. In terms of critical infrastructure resilience, climate change is having a big impact on this. If you speak to the engineers in the built environment, they will tell you, we can't build buildings anymore for, models of climate and wind speeds of 10, 20 years ago. We have to build them for today and for the changing climate. If the building is going to survive 100 years, we need to try and understand what is the weather going to do 100 years from now. Otherwise, the building will be in difficulty. And I'm talking about soil issues, the way in which water affects soil, all these different kind of scientific issues that you need to look at. So they are very important and sometimes very difficult to remedy after the fact. The fires in informal settlements is a touchy subject for me. I come from a fire service background, so I could speak for hours, on what causes fires in informal settlements and all the issues, that goes in there. Why people are using open flame. We are seeing gas, for instance, is becoming a much more used, and I'm talking about liquefied petroleum gas. That creates new difficulties. It solves some problems, but it creates new difficulties. There's a lot that we can do to reduce those fires, to it needs money. And when you look at some municipalities that don't even have functional fire services, I have a dream that I hope one day will be funded. The technology has moved on for fire detectors now to such an extent that you can have a fire detector in each informal settlement for around 200 rand. for 200 million over a 10-year period, every informal settlement should have a fire detector. There's no reason why we shouldn't have it. And there are ways in which we can actually manufacture that stuff here. We just need to put the program together. But the difficulties that we face is that sometimes these fires actually are caused by the very people. Interpersonal problems, alcohol-related things. The husband is having an affair with the lady next door. She then buys petrol. She puts the petrol on that one. Because the places are so close to one another, you have all these other issues. Psychological problems. You know, alcohol abuse, drug abuse. All of these different issues, economic impact. Don't get me even started on, on illegal electrical connections. Should we, and I'll leave you with this thought because I like to provoke people. Should we teach people to make better illegal connections so we can reduce fires? Or should we take out illegal connections altogether? So these are some of the difficult choices that we have to make when we deal with this. I'll quickly touch on, the risk management part. The indicators differ. When we talk about probabilistic models and we talk about deterministic models, you need to try and find a mix. And the different risk models that there are, is dependent on who you get, to do the risk. I often, when we see risk assessments, we ask people, tell us what really happened in the past. You can't look at the future or the current risk if you don't know what has happened in that area. Because there are areas, I can tell you, I've done the work. There are informal settlements where there's no fires. And there are other informal settlements where there are many of them. So, there is definitely work that we have to do in getting better models. Whether they will be standardized in the future, I don't know, but I think artificial intelligence can also help us a lot there. Technology can play a big role. I agree with you, accountability is a key issue. And perhaps, and that's one issue I will take back, because it's certainly one thing. One part of my work is compliance, but we often see compliance outside of the law. We don't put it in the law. And I think that's one place that I will make a note, is to say that we have to impose certain compliance issues on, accountability officers. Perhaps on the investment, on the COVID funds, the amount of money that was invested in COVID, and I use the term invested loosely, because the strategy of government was twofold. We have to protect lives and protect livelihoods. And you have to find the balance between them. Sometimes people would say, oh, we're spending too much effort and time focusing on protecting lives, but not the livelihoods. And vice versa. Those are very difficult choices to make. But by and large, when you are looking at, did we buy mechanisms that can serve us in the future? To some extent, yes. Did we protect businesses that would have gone bust and would have put people out of work? Yes, it happened. Did we bail out individuals that couldn't afford to, to deal with their commitments? Yes. Did people steal some of the money? Yes. Let's not kid around. You can go into the media and see how many thousands of people had a job, was being paid, but still applied for the grant. What does that tell you about the moral standards of our country, colleagues? That you will know that government does not have enough money to serve the needs of the people, yet you will still go and apply for the 600 or the 700 grant, and so forth. So we need to look at it. COVID also provided us with a huge amount of experience with the national government to come together. We used that experience tremendously well in a number of subsequent events. If it wasn't for COVID, I think that our ability, for instance, to coordinate the floods in KZN would have been less effective. Recent issues like, for instance, the food-borne illnesses, all those, they would have been probably less effective. So it's not always tangible systems or products, but sometimes it's skill and experience that required, through these processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, we'll just take 2 more questions and then we really have to wrap up. But I do encourage, so ma'am over there, and then the gentleman over there. But I do encourage bilaterals during lunch and tea.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Zanele Mpusi from South Africa. Mine is on the disaster management presentation. My take is the issue of disaster is very huge. So I'm recommending that even the approach should be like that. It should follow the size of the disaster or of the problem itself, whereby I'm saying the resources should follow this challenge. In our country, for instance, as we have this challenge, we do not have the resources to implement. If we are saying here we must be responsive, we must have the resources to be responsive. The budget must come to us, human resources must come to us for us to be able to implement the program accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zanele.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Shadrach Mpondomse. I'm from DPSA. I think the first question that I would like to ask is regarding the first presentation on disaster management. Because, say, you spoke to the adoption of the National Plan of Action in 2022, and there was, also, you outlined the issue of objectives, 4 objectives. Objective 1 was speaking to enhancing disaster risk knowledge. The question that I just want to ask around that is, how do you enhance risk knowledge to rural deep areas? Taking into consideration limitations of technology, because people do not have access to electricity in those areas. I think this is what I missed from your presentation. As much as we can talk about technology, but when people do not have access to electricity. There was a presentation, done by Dr. Mangai yesterday around infrastructural gap. She alluded to 48% of those who have access to electricity. That simply means 52% does not have access to electricity. Maybe if you can just respond to that. Then the second question goes to Dr. Manas. I think I'm just chewing from what you said. It's a statement that you said. You said, what do we mean by resilience in the context of service delivery? From that, I looked at the way forward, the recommendations. And from the recommendations, I noticed that as much as you spoke about the macro factors, and one of those was technology, capacity, infrastructure. But in the recommendations, I don't know whether maybe there are reasons why technology was not included as one of the recommendations to enhance service delivery. And also the issue of capacity. Your findings, were very much clear in terms of staff shortage, but your recommendation did not speak to that, and also infrastructure. I'm not sure, maybe I missed that one.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The study looked at other dimensions like infrastructure, productivity, organizational efficiency, and all of that. And the recommendations, therefore, would have been included under such. However, I must ascertain on the issue of technology that one of the recommendations that was put forth was that technology is really at the center of ensuring that the healthcare system improvement stands on. In other words, embracing the fourth industrial revolution. And you will remember that in one of his seminars, Professor Chirizima Marwara this year actually gave a lecture on the importance of technology in service delivery enhancement. And we've seen this in the Free State in that the health sector is now able to have what you could call the touch of the button system of health access. However, this is limited to the urban area. When you actually go beyond the urban areas, that is where challenges of technology and all of that start to be problematic. And therefore, in going forward, we need to ensure that the whole community beneficiation includes not only capacity building, but also an element of AI, artificial intelligence that we spoke about. But this artificial intelligence should be juxtaposed with HI, with what Dr. Mangai now teaches us as HI, human intelligence. Thank you. I'm left with 1 minute. And I think. Okay.
So you will use his 1 minute to summarize your question.
Chair, maybe just, I think the input was made as a comment. We pray for the resources. But it's not only resources coming to the NEMC, it's resources that have to be allocated across the spheres of government. We do not implement, for instance, the water and sanitation issues. It's done by the Department of Water and Sanitation. So the resources, when I'm speaking about it, is the investment across government. It's not only to the NEMC. Perhaps I can just touch on, the point that a colleague was making about how do we reach, the traditional areas and deep rural areas. We have a working relationship with our traditional leaders and our leadership through our local and provincial centers. There's a huge amount of knowledge products available, but also we rely on the traditional knowledge and the local knowledge of the people. And people have a deep understanding and knowledge of the area they live in for years. And I'll use an example. My grandfather, before he passed, the area where he lived for 60 years in his life, he knew if the weather was coming from a certain part and the birds would fly away, we would have severe rain. You don't need, new systems to have convinced him the rain is coming. You would find them preparing. And we know, for instance, with the earthquake in 2004, in another part of the country, there were countries where individuals were evacuating to a higher level because the animals started moving. So traditional knowledge and knowledge systems cannot be replaced and shouldn't be replaced. In fact, we should nurture them. And we should be working to capture them, to learn from them, and to teach them to our children. Unfortunately, we live in a world where, our traditional thinking, our traditional values are sometimes eroded by this global view of things. And we should try and prevent those from happening. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A hand clap for our speakers this morning. Thank you so much. I will just summarize in 6 statements for us to look out for regarding our topic today: risk knowledge, governance, investing in risk and resilience shocks, preparedness. Manasseh also clearly articulated the need for citizen-centric delivery, where we are putting citizens at the heart of service delivery. And finally, as we as the moderators today represent the African Union umbrella, is Africa learning from Africa. That we use lessons, that we use systems that are being applied in different African countries to spur growth across Africa. So I hope even as we interact, as we network during this seminar, we will carry many lessons to take back to our countries to see how to further sustainable development in Africa. Thank you.
Colleagues, let's give them a round of applause. May I suggest that we break for tea for 20 minutes and come back at 10:30. Our representative from the Chinese embassy is here, so we can start with them immediately we come back from tea. Thank you very much. We'll be starting in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Both of them, they come from the agencies of the African Union. Nonkululeko is coming from the Continental Secretariat, and my other colleague, let me just read her name, is Alice, is based in Kenya, is from the African Capacity Building Foundation. She's based in Kenya, but they've got an office at the AU offices in Addis. So these agencies of the AU will then work together to mature the idea of setting up a two-day seminar within the campus of the African Union so that we can share some of what is coming out of this seminar. And obviously, we're going to work with them together. So our job is to tell our seniors what they must do to actualize what we are proposing. In order? Thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to invite the next moderators for the theme, sub-theme 5, on steps that non-governmental organizations are taking to complement the capacity of the state institutions. First, I would like to invite Clifford Ogutu. He's from the APAM Secretariat. Let's give him a round of applause. Clifford, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next moderator is Dr. Mary Mangai. She's from the University of Pretoria. She facilitated our thematic area when we did a review in 2022 on socio-economic development. So she's well versed on issues of good governance. Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to you all. All protocols observed. We are happy to have this intriguing session. But also, before I start, I'd like to just appreciate the leadership of this conference to give us the opportunity to continue to engage and to also be able to undertake this assignment together with my colleague here, who would be moderating together. Like as mentioned by Dr. Sokela, he is the program director at the APAM Secretariat seated in Kenya. So together we will do this work. And we hope that this session would be very engaging. I think we all would be aware of what is going on at the moment. So we will have presentation on the role of the NGOs. The team for this, the sub-team for this session is steps that non-governmental organizations are taking to complement the capacity of state institutions. And we will have two presentations from three presenters. And this three presenters actually happen to be my colleagues. So I would like to call them, and Clifford would then introduce what they would have to do. So I call on Prof. Michael Shioyo, and Prof. Michael Shioyo would be talking to us about the contributions towards the attainment of SDG 16. I'd like to also call Prof. Tanya Masia and Dr. Stella to come on stage. These are my colleagues. They are all coordinators in various programs. Prof. Chioyo is the coordinator for Masters in Research, and Prof. Masia is the coordinator for undergrad, and Dr. Stella Lubenga is the coordinator for our PhD program. And I am also a coordinator, but at the research committee. So we are all UP here, and we hope that we do not take advantage of our number, but rather we hope to engage since this is almost a family. And SPMA, it's a fantastic school, I would say. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary as a school, and we were privileged to have alumni who are ministers, who are directors. Dr. Sokhela himself is an alumni of the University of Pretoria. So we are having quite a huge number, and we hope to continue to engage with this platform. I think yesterday the Secretary General of APAM did mention how this seminar began from St. George, and that was the organization and the collaboration that UP had begun. And we hope that if Stellenbosch is hosting next year, we should be able to coordinate with our director to host, to bring it back again to Pretoria. I'd like to give this opportunity now to my my co-moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mengai. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. As you have heard, my name is Clifford Ogutu. I'm in the Programs Department at APAM Secretariat. During this session, we are going to have 15 minutes for each presenter. What we are going to do, we are going to listen from both presentations, after which the 15 minutes are over. We are going to invite the next presenter, and then we will now gather questions and responses after the presentations. So we'll be having at least 15 minutes for each presentation. After that, we'll invite questions so that we have sufficient time for questions. I see the time right now is 10:45. And the session is supposed to go for 1 hour. So if we at least have 30 minutes, or if it goes so much, 20 minutes each for each presentation, and then 20 minutes for questions and answers. So without any further ado, I want to invite Professor Chioyo to take us through the first session on NGOs' contributions to the attainment of SDG 16 in South Africa. And then we'll invite the other presenters. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues. As I've been introduced already, my name is Michel Chioyo from the School of Public Management and Administration. And I'm also pleased to remember that yesterday, as Dr. Sokhela was introducing or giving a background to where we're coming from, I'm happy that I was part of the engagement where most of the things started in Centon 2015, I contributed in somehow when I was called to engage or to take note for the AfriCity, and after that we were St. George Hotel, and we've been in many places, Zululand and all the places. So out of these 9 sessions or seminars, I might have attended maybe 6 to 7, if I'm not mistaken. So I will quickly go into my presentation. I'm focusing on the contribution of NGOs in attaining SDG 16. Why did I focus on NGOs? It's because the universities at university or university level, we do already a lot in terms of capacity building. And I'm glad to see some of my former students here. And yesterday I saw some of them. So it's part of what we're already doing. But it is very important that we look at the roles NGOs are playing, because they contribute quite a lot to what a country is doing, and specifically a country like South Africa. So NGOs have played quite a significant role, and for South Africans and those who have lived in this country before 94 and after 94, you will recall or you'll remember that NGOs have played quite a significant role. But for you to understand the role NGOs are playing in SDG 16, I'm just bringing this small example of if, for example, we didn't have Siaya. I think you will remember what Siaya is about. And then Sesfikile or Inyati. It means the taxis in this country. If we didn't have taxis, will the public transport survive in this country to serve the community or to deliver on its mandate? I don't know what will be the answer. Will we survive without the taxi industry in South Africa? Why not?
Transport 1 million people per day to work.
Yes.
So we can't survive without it.
Thank you so much. I see. A lot of people are using it for many reasons, actually. So what I'm heading to is to show us that without the other role players, without other stakeholders, government, especially in developing countries, they face difficulties in meeting the need of the community. And as much as the NGOs stand aside, they stand there as a taxi industry. Without them, the government will not be able to deliver on its mandate. And as a proceeding, I will show more. So Sustainable Development Goal 16 is mostly about peace, justice, and strong institutions. So all this, they go hand in hand. And these are some of the targets that emanate from the SDG 16. And maybe you'll read more. All this information are in the public domain, but I will also update my article for publication in the journal. I won't waste much time on the target. So SDG 16 aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies, provide access to justice for all, and build effective and accountable institutions. So for me, I believe SDG 16 is the goal of goals. And I don't know why it is placed as number 16, because without peace, without stability, and without strong institution, it is difficult for countries to implement all the other SDG goals. So I think this is the goal of goals, and that's why I focused on it. So in South Africa, NGOs are playing quite a crucial role. And yesterday you could see the passion from the representative or the CEO of Gift of Givers, and there are many. There is more than 20,000 NGOs in South Africa doing great work in different sectors and at different levels. So the key point under SDG 16, it mostly to promote the rule of law, access to justice, and inclusive institutions. So from the NGO perspective, NGO, they are involved in bringing awareness, capacity building, and helping citizens to not only understand their right, but also know how to benefit and use their right responsibly, and to fast track the need for democracy and developmental need in the country. From the journey where the country comes from, as I said already, before 94, as you all know, there were some inequalities and imbalances. And to deal with those imbalances, NGOs were highly involved in helping citizens at different parts of the country in order to cope with the reality of the then situation of the country. And under the democratic transition, the country has created a room or a platform for all to be involved. And you'll hear, I like when I listened to the president at the Oval Office, he said, South Africa belongs to all who live in it. So, and that's one of the key points of the preamble of the South African Constitution. And NGOs are helping citizens in this country to understand how to enjoy the benefit of democracy for which the fathers and the mothers of the struggle fought for. Moving, currently, what we're talking about in the current era, according to Jeffrey, South Africa has made great strides toward meeting SDG 16, that is after 1994 to now, though significant challenges remain in fully implementing its target. I will cite some of the challenges as we are moving on. So there is a need for multi-stakeholder partnership. And this is where maybe I asked my question yesterday to the CEO of Gift of Givers, that we need to create that platform so that all the stakeholders or role players can contribute toward achieving the dream of democracy or the developmental in a country like South Africa. So there is connection, and there is interdependence and also collaboration between various players in order for the country to achieve its mandate. If you check the picture in the middle and you read some of the flyers from the DPSA, you can see Batupili. Batupili putting the people first, putting the people at the center of all the activities of government. But then you know that in reality, our government department somehow, especially with the question that came from the dean regarding the relative who is in hospital, you know that some of that was more for the health sector. But if you go to the education sector, you will hear a lot of other stories that are saddening us to just say, are we really putting people first? So you'll see that the NGOs are placed there to help the government. They become now like an extension of government in reaching the communities, even the poorest of the communities, in order to help them benefit from what the government has to do and so on. So these multi-stakeholder partnerships are very, very important, and then we need to promote them, and then we need to create structures that can foster their implementation. And currently, the system used, it's like we're using the systems model where the Department of Social Development is creating that platform for NGOs and even private entities and community-based organizations to come and contribute to what the government is doing and so on. So these are some of the players in the equation. You have government. And government here, I just cited the Department of Social Development, but there are many other departments, and you see what like the DPSA is doing by organizing seminars like this. It's part of contributing toward the attainment of that. So business area, we have private entities who are also contributing to what is happening. And then you have your civil society, and I think under civil society, that is where we have also the non-profit sector, having the NGOs, the CBOs, and even the citizen involved at that level for advocacy and what has to happen. And then you can see us also, we are captured there with academia, university, in the work we do daily to help the country produce capacity and graduate and so on. So the role, briefly, the role of NGOs in the implementation of SDG 16 in South Africa will be more about advocacy and awareness, community engagement, and monitoring and evaluation, as well as capacity building. So all this, there are various NGOs are contributing toward this, but these are just a few items that I highlighted in terms of the role that NGOs are playing. So there is advocacy and awareness, community engagement, monitoring and evaluation, and capacity building, and we can fight or advocate for more NGOs to raise their standard and to continue contributing to this mandate. But that doesn't come easy. There are some challenges and there are also some opportunities that NGOs as well as government is faced with. First of all is the state of the NGO sector in South Africa. And this might not only be in South Africa, but elsewhere as well. What is the role the NGOs are playing? Yesterday, as we're engaging after the presentation with one of my colleagues, we asked, where is the place for empowerment? So beside the job that the NGOs are doing, but how well are our citizens empowered to take over so that the need or the help they are receiving becomes more sustainable and so on. But the question that came to the mind is, if there is no other people struggling, will NGO be needed? If we don't, if the government is able to manage the catastrophes or the disasters that are happening, will we still need NGOs? And this is the question I will also ask the floor. When you go to developed countries, do they really need NGOs? Those are some of the questions that one need to ask. For example, if you are in Europe, you talk of Red Cross, they will tell you, what is that about? They know it exists, but it's not really relevant in that context. You talk of Oxfam or UNICEF and so forth. They know that the countries in the developed world, they know that these NGOs, they exist, but then they are not really relevant because the government is already resilient and is capable of delivering on the need of the people. But then you see, when we come in developing countries, we need these NGOs because without them, government cannot sustain the delivery of services. So that speaks to the organizational weaknesses and limited resources that most of our developing countries are facing. And we also have some government-related challenges, which include bureaucracy, the red tape, the processes that need to be followed. For example, yesterday we were talking about the intervention that the Gift of Givers provided during the flooding in KwaZulu-Natal. So in the church where I attend, on a Sunday, a message was given that they need goods, they need medication, they need clothes and all that. On a Monday already, all the goods were ready. So it was just a need to call the Gift of Givers to send logistics to courier all these things in KwaZulu-Natal, which arrived on time, and the Premier was able to receive it and continue. But if would local government work on a Sunday, and if it was a call from the government to ask goods and clothes and medication from the citizen, were we going to give There is a need, and I think that there we are talking of a problem of trust, citizen trust in their government. So you see people easily give to the church, but if that call came from the government, it would have maybe been difficult for citizens to act or to be responsive to that. So then it also talks to the issue of inadequate accountability and associated capacity to be transparent and to deliver on those. But beside that, there are a lot of opportunities. Opportunities abound based on the capabilities to collaborate. This NGO specializing in one sector may be partnering with another NGO which is focusing on another area. So coming together can help and the NGO sector and even the government to realize its mandate. And then there is also increased engagement with communities and government. And the beauty of this country is the platform and the avenues are open and clear for people to engage with all these stakeholders. Coming from another country, there are some of the democratic values that are enshrined or are implemented in this country. It's difficult somehow to implement it in countries where there is war or there is turmoil or social dysfunctions. So we need to appreciate the fact that there is that room for engagement between government, civil society, and all the partners. Then capacity building through partnership and training, and demonstrating evidence of impact to improve sector status, like what we had yesterday. Those were evidence that is showing us that this sector is contributing to what we are doing and so on. So moving to how we can overcome these challenges that were cited, there is a need to focus on building stronger organizational structures and capabilities and improving on accountability mechanism, because that's what will build trust, and then fostering on meaningful partnership. And the word meaningful is rightly placed there. Meaningful partnership are very, very important. And those kind of partnership, it's like what we are having around here, where APAM comes in, DPSA is there, and all the universities also. So those are kind of meaningful partnerships that are needed. And then the opportunities also, they present somehow pathways for NGOs to enhance their effectiveness and sustainability while making significant contribution. So quickly, Doc, do I still have some minutes? 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be done now. So I just listed a few NGOs that one can look at. And churches, when you look at the Department of Social Development, they are ranked as non-profit organization. So they are NGOs as well, and they play a very, very big role, be it small, big or mega churches or small churches. They play quite a significant role. And then you have Gift of Givers, you have Lawyer for Human Rights, and then you have People Against Suffering, Oppression, and Poverty. This is just a few. As I said, we have close to 20,000 NGOs in this country. But then, as South Africa continues its journey toward achieving Sustainable Development Goal 16, NGOs must focus on building sustainable impact through strategic partnership and community ownership. So I will just show the pyramid of what need to be done. We need to build a society that is somehow founded on knowledge and skills. We need to have those evidence-based approaches in what we do. And then community ownership. This is good for sustainability. And then we need to build on the strategic partnership. And then after that, we will be able to have that impact that we want to realize as a country. So that is all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michel, for for that presentation. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Thank you. I will just allow me to briefly give a summary of the presentation. From his presentation, we have seen that NGOs are very vital. They help with building capacities and creating awareness of SDGs, more so SDG number 16, which is anchored on peace, justice, and strong institutions. When we have strong institutions, we are able to be able to overcome any challenges that may arise in our continent. When we have strong institutions which are anchored on SDG 16, we are able to ensure that these NGOs help implement various challenges that may come their way. One aspect that caught my attention was the role of South Africa in ensuring that the citizenries are aware of SDG number 16. And it has come to my attention from this presentation that South Africa has made significant strides in achieving SDG 16 through bringing on board various multi-stakeholders in the country by ensuring that there's partnership from the government, businesses, and various engagements have been brought on board to ensure that different individuals are able to know the importance of SDG 16 in South Africa and even beyond. And the role of NGOs in supporting advocacy and awareness in community and engagement cannot be overlooked. And we have seen that there are various challenges that have come as a result of this. Despite the various challenges that we have seen, I think it is safe to say that when challenges come our way, we can always find solutions. And these opportunities that have been brought on board, including capacity building through partnerships, is very vital. Enhancing collaboration with the different multi-stakeholders in South Africa and even beyond. So thank you very much for ensuring that for bringing to our attention the need of coming together through partnership, through collaboration, to ensure that we are able to move forward as far as this aspect is concerned. Thank you. So I want to take this opportunity to invite our next presenter, Professor Masia and Dr. Stella Lubinga, to take us through NGO strategies for strengthening state capacities in HIV/AIDS response for low-income communities in South Africa amid declining international donor funding. We are aware that in the continent right now, there are so many institutions that are facing limited donor funding. A good example is USAID, which has cut donation across the continent, and this caught a lot of countries off guard in the continent, and so many people lost their jobs as a result of that. So we would like to know what are some of the initiatives, or how are these institutions and organizations coping as a result of this. I now take this opportunity to welcome our presenters to take us through.
Good morning, colleagues. It's like you're already tired. Okay. Yeah, while she sets up, I want to start by confessing my sins. Because the church where I go to, you confess your sins and you shall be forgiven. So, come this side. So I am co-presenting with my colleague here, and I played very clever and divided the presentation such that I literally have nothing to present. So,
Where's the PowerPoint? Lucia, can you help?
This one here?
This is the PowerPoint. Oh, it's reflecting.
Oh, yeah, it's reflecting. Okay. All right, thank you. So as the moderator has indicated, I'm from the University of Pretoria, but I also realized that in many instances where I go, people fail to pronounce my name, even my colleagues. I think largely because I was brought up in the village, grew up hunting for meat, not going to the meat market. And there was no church Roman Catholic priest to christen my name. So I was given a really village, rural, African name. So my name is Hlanai Masia. Yes, excellent, 100%. So some call me Tianai, some call me Tanai, some call me this. So, but it's Hlanai Masia. I'm an associate professor in the School of Public Management and Administration at the University of Pretoria. I coordinate undergraduate studies, as colleagues said, but it seems I don't have a market here. Everyone has a degree. So maybe my colleagues can get customers for PhD and masters. So our presentation is on looking at ways in which NGOs can sustain themselves in providing services to communities amidst decline in international donor support for HIV/AIDS programs. So we did a systematic review. There is a lot of work that has been done around the work of the NGOs, but there is no consolidated work that has been provided in terms of looking at the different writings and in terms of the strategies that are coming up for these NGOs to sustain their activities amid decreasing funding. So we came up with different categories of strategies that can be used. And for the South African case in particular, because South Africa is known to have the largest burden of HIV/AIDS, and even the largest number of people on antiretroviral drugs. And at some point, it had made some progress, and we had seen the figures declining. But the problem is that the decrease in funding is likely to affect these gains, and there is interest in coming up with alternative solutions. Hence, this research identifies strategies that can be used to adapt funding. So in general, our objectives were to examine how local NGOs sustain HIV/AIDS services, and our focus was mainly on low-income communities because they are the most affected, or they are the most, it's much more apparent among low-income communities. And also we looked at identifying financial, operational, and relational strategies. So our research methodology, as I said, it's very systematic, and in a systematic review, I'm lucky that I'm mainly presenting to scholars and academics. So this part is much easy. It's more about identifying, different sources and looking at what exactly has been written and deducing issues around our main objective from there. So we identified over 3,900 sources, and then upon screening, we eventually had 25 studies. These are the studies that we used to try and look at the potential adaptation strategies that NGOs can probably use to overcome the challenge of decreasing international donor funding. So I will ask my colleague to come and speak to you about these potential strategies that can be used. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Unlike my colleague as baptized, so I'm Dr. Stella Lubinga, School of Public Administration and Management. I am also the PhD coordinator. So in our research, like he said, we used a systematic review. In a systematic review, you find that this information has been done. So we're looking at resources that have captured the strategies that have been used by NGOs over time when there is a financial cut. So we find ourselves in a situation where resources have been reduced. What must be done by the NGOs? How do we evolve? How do we adapt ourselves to what is actually happening? Oh, do I need this? I never thought I needed a mic because I always project. But anyhow, so when we talk about those, what model did we use? We looked at the NGO sustained adaptation as like a key concept or a key focus. What does this mean? It refers to the proactive process by which NGOs reconfigure their operations. How do you adapt to the changes? We're looking at agility, adaptability. So what did we find in these systematic reviews? What has been done? The key strategies that have been used all the time when we face financial cuts. We've seen financial adaptation. We've seen service delivery modifications, and we also picked up strategic partnerships and capacity building as some of the key aspects that NGOs have adopted along the way, especially in the local communities. In terms of the financial adaptations, what did we see? We saw transitioning to local ownership. We've been singing this song, African Solutions for African Problems. Why then were we shocked when the money was taken away? We don't want to be dependent. I would say our problem is dependence. We struggle with a dependency problem. Now that we've been weaned off, we have a problem. But these strategies we've adopted, they've been working. Why aren't we going to the same? So, in terms of transitioning to local ownership, if you look at that study by Cavani, he demonstrated that transferring costs from international to local centers actually shown an impact when you're dealing with HIV issues in the NGO space. We looked at leveraging multiple funding sources. How do we tap into government? Yes, I know grants are a problem. We don't like them because you pay taxes. But how do we tap into the local funds? How do we look at advocacy organizations and community contributions? What is interesting to me is, as academics, we sit there and we talk about the three key pillars in academia or universities: research and development, teaching and learning, and the silent one, community development. Yeah, going to a school during Nelson Mandela Day does not account for community development. So when we talk about these leveraging multiple funding, this is where we need academia. We need the private sector to come together and build the sources. And then we found that prioritizing labor-intensive interventions was one of the aspects that could be looked at. When I say labor-intensive intervention, what do I mean? Having a fancy clinic does not solve problems. Can we capitalize on the community outreach, peer-led support groups, in-home counseling for HIV aspects? And this is applicable to other NGOs. So we build capacity because for this to thrive, we need manpower. You heard yesterday from Dr. Solomon. Manpower. But of course, manpower comes with the mindset and the willingness to do the work. In terms of service modifications of what you'd call alternative service delivery mechanisms, we are saying in this space, we look at focusing on core services. We found that concentrating on high impact services like antiretroviral therapy, HIV/AIDS testing, and adherence to support preserves critical patients. So how do we focus on the core based on the amount that we have, and then adopting delivery models, which demonstrated that contributing fixed centers and mobile outreach units would allow this. So when we talk about delivery models, how do we reinvent what we have? make it mobile, but we're still providing the service, and then integrating services like bundling. When we talk about bundling of services, we face multiple issues when it comes to HIV, but it's not alone. How do we bundle HIV services, gender issues, TB, and maternal care when we go out in terms of outreach, so that you reach many people, but you cut back on the costs? We're talking about prioritizing core services like the testing, as well as the mobile clinics and hybrid models. Not forgetting improving M&E systems. So we have NGOs in the country and many other African countries. Who monitors what they do? How do we do the M&E? Who does the quality assurance there? Because we have to face the reality that the reduction of the funds did not come out of the blue. We were misusing the funds. And as Dr. Solomon said yesterday, corruption is everywhere. Even NGOs are corrupt. Because some of these NGOs would get the money, but the money is not used for what it's meant to be used for. So when we talk about improving M&E systems, this is what we are looking at, whereby it's recommended that dedicating approximately 10% of the program budget to M&E, because NGOs, who monitors what they do? Or do we judge them based on what we see? I leave that to you. Then we talk about strategic partnerships. Public sector collaborations. We found that joint planning between the donors, the NGOs, the local government would facilitate resource pooling. So partnerships are key in this particular aspect, and you cannot have public sector collaboration without co-design or co-production, right? We're talking about formal partnerships. We've seen issues with the working of the NGO and government because most of these relationships are informal. So how do we get these relationships formal? Because with the lack of that formality, we struggle with an issue of accountability and transparency. Because who do you blame? The government, the NGO. No one wants to take ownership. Yet we sit in an environment where people call partial accountability accountability. Accountability, you have to be transparent. You have to accept what you've done and accept the consequences. We don't do consequence management very well, and we don't accept consequences. It's okay for me to tell you I stole money, but when you tell me I must resign, why must I move to another department? So when we talk about this formal partnership as well, to cut back on those issues, where we've seen the alliance between the Department of Health and the Treatment Action Campaign and Medicine Sans Frontiers working very well in the HIV space, then we're looking at capacity building, of course, structured skills transfer through joint training between the health department and the communities, as well as the NGO consortia. How do we get the NGOs together? As I said, that space is very tricky to work with because NGOs are very many. No one monitors or evaluates what's going on, but they also do a duplicate role where the same NGOs in the different communities are doing the same work, but they don't speak to one another. You get one that's a big shot, gift of the givers, will do what needs to be done, and God forbid they do all they need to do. What about the smaller NGOs? How about we get them together and highlight how this membership and the networks that we're talking about would improve the NGO space? And then we talk about community engagement approaches. I think my colleague talked about this a lot, empowering the communities to care for, community care workers. You cannot design a solution without involving the community itself that you're designing for. How do you involve the communities? And then building community ownership. I'll tell you that when you speak about Marikana in South Africa, we look at the bad of what happened in Marikana. There is a lot of community work that's being done by Sibanye, and We're part of that project where we've gone into the community to try and give them that ownership. They are designing for themselves a community charter. What does the community want? Start by involving the community itself in designing their own. If you want them to own up, we need to get rid of a culture of wait and see. And we need to own those spaces, especially from the community point of view, and then leveraging the local resources. So what are the recommendations we're saying based on those findings? We're saying that what needs to be done is to promote the local funding mechanisms. We are saying enhance the monitoring and evaluation systems within the NGOs. We are saying institutionalize the NGO public sector collaboration, because there's a lot of problems in that partnership with the power dynamics. If things are not formalized, we're still going to have a problem. Invest in NGO capacity and workforce development through community initiatives. We will not move anywhere and will be singing the same songs if we do not involve the community. Of course, you're going to ask, where is the technology? When you're modifying the alternative service delivery mechanisms, it's important to look at technology. But again, the focus of the study is on local communities. These are communities where there is no access. So it's okay to bring in something fancy, but if they cannot operate it, then sit with the problem. So we need to fix the access issues. When we talk technology, we talk electricity and all these issues before we can go to the AI side of things. Nothing wrong with AI. Actually, my area of research is digital transformation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can we give them another hand of applause? So just to give you some more thoughts to this issue of cutting of funds by especially now the United States. I think this is really a reality, especially if you have someone who is working in those agencies, or even someone who is a beneficiary of those agencies. I had a PhD colleague who mentioned how this is indeed a reality, and my colleagues did actually alluded to the fact that the shortage of funds by the Trump's effect is a reality in the whole continent. I think it's not only in South Africa, but many African countries have been affected. My PhD student expressed, who works in one of those agencies, is already expressing fear that she would lose her job because there's already job cutting in thousands of people losing their jobs. So it's good to see my colleagues actually telling us some of the strategies, how we need to adapt in terms of our financial sources, and how that we can do that through transitioning to local ownerships and leveraging on multiple funding sources. We have, where are our philanthropists now? Maybe we should start thinking and looking into their pockets to see what they can do to sustain that. And maybe we should also start thinking about local trust, to sort of build some financial capabilities in this. And they also did mention the issue of focusing on integrating services, adopting delivery models, improving monitoring and evaluation, and indeed these are very strategic avenues to actually improve or to give this shock effect that the international organizations in various African countries are actually facing. And I think one of the striking thing to me is the issue they mentioned about community engagement approaches. We really need to think through and think back home. A German colleague last week was telling me in the EU they are zooming in now because they are also feeling the pressure, with all the cutting, all the now all the subsidies are gone, and even the issue of Trump trying to put in tariffs even on the so-called partners of United States. So I think Africa need to also zoom in. What can we do as a continent? What can we do as a country? What can we do in our individual capacities as nations in this continent to actually think around the effect and what can we do? Because this high impact service delivery area is actually being impacted, and also fostering sustainable partnership and innovative funding strategies is actually something that needs to be sustained. But how can we, start thinking about those solutions? So thank you very much for your presentation. I'm glad that all the two presenters actually zoom in on co-production and co-creation, which has been the area where I've been doing my research right from my PhD days up to now. The issue of multi-stakeholders, partnerships and collaborations to actually see a service delivered in a more meaningful way. Thank you very much. Would like to open the space for questions. And so we will maybe first, I will take the first round of the questions and my colleague will come for the second. Yes, I have you and you and you. Okay, let's have this four and then we will come to you as well.
Thank you very much, distinguished presenters. My name is Aoma Uselu from Kenya. And I just wanted maybe the presenters, because this is detailing into the first presentation, into the second one, any of you could take it. The nexus between volunteerism in Africa, especially when we are looking into the academia, because we know very well that the academia is giving us the capacity building, the multidisciplinary approach, and we are focusing on community engagements. And we've talked about strategic partnerships. We are having a crisis of youth unemployment in the continent. How are we using this as an opportunity to have volunteerism being connected right from the academia world through the government, that government can give us the institutional framework, come up with policies that guide this, and then we can use the same as an opportunity to build resilient societies. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have, yes.
Good morning, good morning. My name is Neratu Khale Emele from the TPSA. Like my colleague was saying, all of you, thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Dr. Mangai, I heard you talking about strategies. I'm from the TPSA, I didn't mention that. Since we are a policy-making department, all policy engagement and advocacy, what strategies are NGOs using effectively to advocate for policy change? while still maintaining collaborative relationships with government institutions. The next question can be taken by any of the presenters. What best practices can be shared across African countries for fostering sustainable partnerships between NGOs and public institutions? That's one. I'm very quick, don't worry. What are the biggest challenges NGOs face when trying to complement state capacity, and how can this be addressed? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope I can direct my questions to the presenters. I'm only a moderator today.
Thank you very much for presenters. Matavio Musieka from DPSA. I would like to direct the first question, two questions to Professor Chiyoyo. Prof, there's this issue of, and you mentioned that, of capacity. Now, the question is, do these NGOs unintentionally enforce exclusive operating or exclusion by operating mainly within urban centers? Because we've seen that, and you see that most NGOs programs are within Gauteng and Cape Town, don't seem to have that reach within the communities. Secondly, also whether NGOs are developing exit strategies that promote long-term resilience, because what we see is that they seem to continue endlessly. But now when you have a situation like the one we have now, cutting off aid, like PEPFAR, for instance, the relief they have had to reduce, and they have scaled back on personnel, as Dr. Mangai says, and you have that scenario where government is struggling to see how they can replace that. Whereas if you had an institutional capacity building mechanism within that, then it's possible that it can continue without those disruptions. My final question is to Dr. Lubinga and Professor Masie. You did mention in your presentation that there's no monitoring and evaluation mechanism for NGOs. I want to suggest to you that if you want to agree with me that there are, in fact, pieces of legislation that that obligates these NGOs to report. You have, for instance, the NPO Act of 1997, which is the reporting is supposed to be to the Department of Social Development. Of course, there are low compliance rates because of capacity within the department, but would you think that's an MNE obligation? And then you have the Companies Act, which also obligate MD, and you have also the Donor Reporting and MNE Framework Act. There are various acts, even the PFMA, which both at national and provincial levels, which government use for public funds. And then linked to that, there is also that symbiotic corrupt existence between government entities and NGOs. You've seen the horrific cases we have read about the lottery fund and how these lottery funds are supposedly given to NGOs that were registered yesterday, and there's money that goes without accounting for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, once more. I'm member of DPSA. I think that the topic is one of the very critical or important area of a democratic state. That is clear. But what I think is challenging is we seem not to be able to crack it in reaching every nook and cranny of the society. And leads back to probably the issue of volunteerism. Shouldn't we be looking at empowering communities where NGOs are community-based, rather than where you have pockets of NGOs that are supposed to filter to communities? Because what we've picked up is, after so many years, there's still areas in our societies that have never touched a cent of the USA. I'm using that as an analogy. Shouldn't we have community-based NGOs? Yes.
Okay, so we take Prof and then they would respond. Yes.
No, thanks, Co-Chair. Welcome, Deserve from DPSA. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. Less one really speak of the institutions, I think, the better. But mine is to Professor Chiyoyo. I want to check, and I see the focus is somewhere. No, let me not say that. I want to check what needs really to be done to achieve this peace and this justice with the help of these institutions. Because we're living in days of armed violence, which has a destructive impact on our country's development. And it also affects the economic growth after resulting in steady conflicts within communities. And frankly, from where I'm seated, I honestly don't really see vigorous advocating work on crime by NGOs within the communities, to piggyback on the point made here by my colleague. Other than there's Kwekwe, and then there's a lot of noise and Kwekwe's gone, there's somebody else. We are more reactive than being proactive in that particular space. And I fully agree with the colleagues in terms of the recommendations with regards to enhancing of MND systems, because there's a serious challenge. But also the issue of collaboration within those sectors. But I do think also collaboration probably will be more from a perspective of support, capacity building, and that. The last issue I want still needs, will we still need NGOs? Yes. Yes. Depending on the sector, for an example, social development, the work that is being done by NGOs in that particular space, assist the department itself to achieve its mandate. So partly yes, to that question you asked on text.
Thank you very much. Audience, I don't know if you noted the quality of the reflections and the questions being posed by the audience. I really applaud these questions, and I now give the opportunity to the presenters to answer those questions.
Thank you so much. I will start, and I have a number of questions. I will take them here and there. Maybe let me start with the last question. You don't see the activities or the role NGOs are playing. Let me tell you one thing. There is a notion called dependency theory. There are a lot of things that have been done, but because of the nature of our communities, and most of time we tend to shift the blame. I will explain this in one way. A lot have been done, and I have one of my students here, the one who handed the mic to me. She can tell you the process. For example, I'm not talking about NGO, but I'm talking about the role a university is playing, for example. And my answer will somehow talk to the issue of voluntarism and all that. Internships have been advertised. My students, they didn't apply for them. and she's sitting here. I'm not putting her on the spot. She will tell you the debate we had in class. So I was alerted by the admin person that your honors student did not apply for the internship. Why? Because they think being university student, especially UP student, they deserve to start work with a paycheck that is giving them 20,000, 30,000. I went back to a class and I was very furious at them. I said, this cannot continue. You are blaming the government for youth unemployment, yet the government is giving you internship. Internship is a way for you to learn, to have experience, which coupled with your degree, you can get employment. So I went back and I asked the admin person to see if we could re-advertise the internship. They advertised. In the class we had 65 students. 45 of my students they were poached. They are now, and I don't know if I could put her on the spot now. She will tell you what they have been learning since they went for those. So this, I'm just talking about what the university is doing. The churches, when you talk of the issue of violence, the word is preached, and you don't know how many counseling churches are doing all over the places. And understand that when we talk of NGOs, we have national and we have international NGOs. And international NGOs, as they enter from the government cooperation, they might focus on certain areas, but we do have community-based organization which are doing tremendous work. You go to Alexandra, you go to places, and as we're sitting here, I can give you an example of a digital pharmacy, and that digital pharmacy is located in Alexandra. I don't know how many of you know about it. So that a pharmacy, it's a modern pharmacy. If you're on chronic medication, you go, you have a card, you insert that card in a machine. They give you a medication because with your smart ID card, you are registered. You get the medication. If you want to speak to a pharmacist, there is a phone on the ATM where you get your medication. You can talk. It's now, as I'm telling you now, you go to Alexandra, that is where it is positioned. There are many, many things that have been done by NGOs. I'm not working for NGOs, but I like looking at the work they do. So much have been done, but we don't have to think of NGOs as replacing government. Government need to do its job. And this is where, in one of my points, I was saying, in countries that are developed, you will see that we don't see the need for having NGO anymore. We can move to that if we really want to see a change. I don't know if I've answered that question. I'm going to pick the issue of voluntarism. I think this is where I'm pleading with my colleagues from university. We need to preach the culture of work. Maybe we are producing graduates, but we are not preparing them to work. And they don't know the processes that it takes to get a job. They know that I can work hard and get this distinction and get this degree. But the processes of going to get a job, it becomes another story. And then when you start that job, are you committed to your job? Are you committing to be voluntary? Because as a public servant, I think we do a voluntary work in some way. We need, especially School of Public Administration and Administration, we need really to talk on our student. Maybe to give, if you are coming from outside South Africa, I need to give you a perspective. South Africa is using an open system of appointment, where if people who have not been trained in public administration can still be recruited into the public sector. There are countries around the continent. You go to Nigeria, you go to Ghana, you go to certain countries. If you don't have a B admin degree, you can, and doing 1 year voluntary service, which gives you a certificate which you attach with your application for public service employment, you will not be. But that is not the story in South Africa. Because of the historical background, the market is still open. You come, they need a cadre, you just apply for that job. If you are South African, then you go through interviews and all that. So voluntarism in a context like of South Africa, there are jobs. I can tell you, maybe Dr. Patrick will tell us how many public service jobs are frozen currently. How many public jobs are frozen currently? But how many public admin students are we producing? When I say are we, universities are producing every year. So you have this production of cadres or graduate, and then you have jobs that are frozen. What are we doing? So do we have now to fall into voluntarism where we have jobs that can attract our members? So that's one thing. Going to the issue of best practices, there are quite a number of best practices. You can please check on the website, just do a search. You'll see a lot of NGOs, local, national or international, are doing a lot in different countries. You can name them, and I know few in South Africa because I go quite around in our local communities. When you look, for example, look at the NGOs that are dealing with refugees and migrants. There are plenty of them because South African government doesn't really, thank you so much, look after around those, but there are certain NGOs that are really catering for them. So there are examples of such. Then Dr. Buseka, the issue of look, it's a game, it's a catch-22. Some NGOs, they want, I didn't want to say it in my presentation, they exist because they want to attract more money. And then when money comes, they want to perpetuate whatever the challenges in the society so that the money can come. And that's what I said, if the situation is no longer in the society, we will not need those NGOs. If we didn't have wars and turmoil around the world, will we still need the UN? It's those kind of questions that we can ask. But it's a difficult terrain to go into, because why will I teach you how to fish if I still need to sell my fish? So it means I'm losing my job. So it's better I don't teach you how to fish so that I can still end you your fish and then getting what I'm getting. And then some NGOs, they live a great life and they live a very expensive life because of the moolah they are getting. So I don't know if I've answered, but I tried. And maybe we'll talk when we break for tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have the privilege that my colleague has. He also does preaching. So when he gets the platform, he can talk. So it's part of his voluntary work. But I will be quite quick and brief. Also starting from the concept of voluntarism that our colleague from Kenya mentioned. I think my colleague also indicated that tomorrow, did you say tomorrow? But tomorrow we are going to Marikana as part of the university's community engagement activities. Marikana, at some point, the mine by Stillwater Sibanye is going to have an end to its lifespan, and communities have to exist beyond the mining activities. So we are doing some voluntary work there to try and promote sustainable community development beyond mining, and we really don't get paid for it. Not only that, it is the community engagement aspect of the university, but most of the non-governmental organizations that we are working with there is people who have passion to volunteer their services services to bring about, social change in their communities. They don't get anything. Most of them are just, complaining that we don't have funds, but we have a lot of ideas. And we are working together with those communities to try and promote various activities that can be, promoted so that outside the mining activities and beyond the mining, there will still be an economy to talk about in that particular environment. And some of the issues are also around well-being in terms of health, as we are talking about. So universities have the spirit of voluntarism, at least for the University of Pretoria, and we are seeing voluntarism among NGOs in the communities, and that is commendable work. A lot more can be done, but there are signs that universities are descending indeed from the ivory towers and taking part in transforming communities. And then there was a question about advocacy for policy change by NGOs. I don't know, is it Lerato? I remember you because you were dancing a lot at dinner, so I don't forget. I just wished that it was also the days of my youth I could challenge here, but so with advocacy, I think South Africa is an excellent case of advocacy among NGOs. Right from the days of President Mbeki rejecting about the existence of HIV/AIDS and all that, and the kind of pressure that NGOs exerted, such as the Treatment AIDS campaign, we can see that indeed they do pressure the political offices to try and bring about the desired change. And NGOs are also involved in research, and some of the research work they also do with universities. And there is a lot of output around, how societal change can be pursued. Beyond that, also we see the unpopular toying around for certain services that we see in communities. That in itself is a strategy that the communities, that the NGOs are using to try and bring issues to attention and for those issues to be addressed. But of course, there are challenges. Already we explained the challenges around financing. That is the biggest challenge that we are seeing. But there are also, beyond South Africa, there are also challenges around the politics of NGOs. Who is funding them? Why are they funding them and not funding the government itself to provide services, and the kind of conflict that we see between NGOs and the state. But that has been less so in the South African context. But in other parts, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and the like, it's a big problem. And in addition to that, we are seeing a very troubling trend in the South African context, which I hope it will be reined, whereby NGOs are using their work as an entrepreneurship rather than providing a service to communities. And in the process, sometimes they collude with the state to siphon funds that would have been used for service delivery and for providing particular services. I think someone was talking about the lottery fund or something there, and how the NGOs are coming in there and colluding with officials. An NGO is created just to take the money, and it's not only the lottery issue. Social development, those from social development, you'll have seen that also happening. So those are the few issues that I want to touch on, and I can leave my colleague to also contribute. Thank you.
I'm going to touch just one or two questions that were raised. So the first one on voluntarism, I think I'll say one thing: mindset, willingness to serve. If you are not willing to work for free, look around you, the people that we are grooming, how many want to work for free? We need to look at the mindset. When we are talking about what best practice is, I think this is the question that you raised, we need to get into establishing these guidelines that support equitable stakeholder collaborations. Because normally there is collaborations that are happening, but if you're not equal partners, we've seen it with the GNU. If we're not equal partners on the table, there's going to be issues. So you need to look back into our legislation, reform existing legislation to acknowledge these collaborations and upgrade the opaque decision making. We've written a paper on hybrid partnership and the intricacies. You might want to look at that. Then the question on M&E. Maybe the question I should pose, should M&E be done by the oversight institutions and legislation alone, or should be done within? So what we were referring to in terms of the NGO M&E, we were looking at M&E within. Yes, the legislation is there, and that's a different ballgame altogether, but let's not talk about good on paper, but in reality not happening. I think those are the things I'll leave you with to think about. Who should be doing the M&E? We can debate on that the next time. Thank you.
Can we give them a proper hand of applause, please? I want to thank you very much, our presenters, for that, for the elaborate presentations that we have had, and even for the questions and discussions that we have had as far as this session is concerned. As we conclude today's session, it is clear that NGOs are not just service providers, but catalysts for innovation, accountability, and sustainability in our continent and even in our various countries. In the governance space, their contribution to SDG 16 is very vital in the societies that we are in. In public health, they evolve new models to maintain HIV/AIDS services in the era of financial constraints, as we have seen. So it is our responsibility to ensure that we are committed to building stronger partnerships between various states and civil societies in order to recognize the values of each actors bring in the table. I want to thank you once again for listening and even for engaging actively. I invite my co-moderator to give her final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is just to say thank you for your very revigorating engagement and for the presenters also for bringing to light very important conversations that we should be having at this time. Thank you very much.
One of us left a notebook, so if it is yours, kindly just get in touch with me. Thank you. Oh, it's yours.
Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you very much. This is great. New people. It's great. Just want to new people. That's great. Thank you very much. You can take a photo, colleagues. They did so well that they decided to reward themselves. Let's give them a round of applause, okay? Prof. Milo, I hope you are ready with Professor Ndevu in terms of your session. Colleagues, G20 is important because it's a once-off activity. We don't know when it will ever come back again. So whatever we do is historical. So I'm inviting two distinguished scholars to lead that historical moment. Prof, you are invited to join me.
want us to do the announcement regarding the cancellation of this one?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, these are the distinguished scholars from the TM School, as well as Stellenbosch School of Public Leadership. So I'm pleased that they took this opportunity to lead us in terms of this session. And I would like to hand over to them now to lead us in terms of the format that they propose to manage this session. Over to you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sokela, who is a program director. Good afternoon to all the colleagues. Maybe I should stay on the protocol that have been observed earlier on. Our session is really around G20. I thought perhaps it might be good to briefly introduce what the G20 is and what are the benefits, or maybe put it differently. Dr. Mary yesterday said she will stick to facts, so maybe I should also stick to facts and look at facts. What is G20? G20 is an intergovernmental forum for international economic cooperation. It was established in 1999 after the Asian financial crisis. It has 19 countries plus the EU as a member and the African Union as a member state within this particular. Why is it significant? Why is it globally significant? 85% of the GDP falls under the G20 countries. If you look at trade agreements, 75% of the international trade agreements fall under these consortiums that are in the G20. The 2/3 of the world populations are represented in the G20. 60% of the land forms part of the G20. Then you've got 83.9% of the CO2 emission caused by these countries that are in the G20. The key objectives of G20 are to promote international financial stability, to foster sustainable economic growth, to address global challenges. They vary, global challenges. The focus of G20 is basically on economic cooperation and stability, sustainable development, climate change, environmental protection, digital transformation and innovation, global health, financial systems reform. It has a number of tracks, and because of time, I'm not going to go through the tracks, but basically they are structured in this form. You have a financial track, you also have a Sherpa track, you also have a presidency, or what is called track or system. You have an annual leaders forum that you would have annually, and that would be at the end of the year, or affectionately known as state presidents or state leaders meeting or summit. I think with this, Professor Mello, I am going to give to you to introduce our guest. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Ndevu. When you look at the program, you would realize that we wanted to keep you in suspense because you would see it's only myself and Prof. Ndevu moderating who. So I'm going to introduce to you the person who is going to give us a teaser, and I call it a teaser because after the teaser, we're going to open the floor for a much more broader discussion in as far as the G20 is concerned. Now, the person who is going to give us a teaser is Dr. Bongiwe Mphahlele. Dr. Bongiwe Mphahlele is a postdoctoral fellow in the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. And in fact, yesterday I was saying that we need more So if you have a PhD that is still fresh, you can join her. So I'm going to invite her to the stage so that she can give us the teaser. And there she comes. She is indeed Madame Surprise. Thank you.
Is it showing on the screen? Can someone assist?
HDMI is not. Is this only for input for HDMI? Doesn't have other input for HDMI. It's in, I don't know where's that is. Nothing.
Okay. Okay, I'll just continue without the presentation. So, Stephen has it. I sent it to Stephen. Okay, I'll just continue without the presentation. Sorry about that. Technology is sabotaging me. My name is Bongi Wempahlele, as introduced by Prof. I'll briefly take you through what I have identified as the current challenges and the opportunities that South Africa presidency is faced with and can take advantage of. So I have presented this somewhere else, so I'm sorry to those who are hearing me for the second time. I apologize. So as you all know, what is currently happening globally, South Africa has taken the G20 presidency during a very interesting time where there is geopolitical changes that are going on, especially because of it happened just before the ascendancy of Trump to the White House, which has somehow complicated South Africa's presidency. And continentally, South Africa is also dealing with tensions between, over the DRC conflict between it and Rwanda. And then South Africa also has to manage what is happening locally with the GNU. It's a fragile political partnership that is going on, and South Africa has to deal with that. So everything that is happening, it's happening at a time where South Africa is supposed to shine during this G20 presidency. However, despite all of that, we still see this as a great as a significant moment for South Africa because, like Prof said, it's the first time that an African country is hosting this, and also all the G20 leaders will be coming to Africa for the very first time. So, this is still celebrated. Whether it's celebrated as something that, is beneficial to the country or the continent is another discussion. With regards to global and regional tensions, we saw how. Are you fine? We saw how the US had initially disengaged and initially made.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, with regards to global tensions and regional tensions, we saw how the USA had initially disengaged, and there was a bit of aggression towards South Africa as the presidency of the G20, which made, the resumption of the presidency quite complicated and difficult for South Africa. However, there is, promising improvement towards US initial position, because now we think after the bilateral meeting between South Africa, we think the US showing some interest, potentially indicating that it might re-engage back to the G20, and hopefully it will attend the G20's Leaders Summit. And this is important for South Africa because as the presidency of the G20 and the African presidency for the G20, it's important for them to have everyone, and a powerful partner like the US should be present, because should some countries show disinterest and not attend, this will be South Africa's legacy going forward, and this will be a negative legacy for an African country and also a a developing country. It will somehow indicate that there is incapability in leadership or some incapacity, amongst middle income or developing countries. So South Africa needs to manage this and balance what is happening locally and continentally and globally. But what is more important is that South Africa, working together with the continent, they must unite and speak with one voice. Because if they are divided by tensions, by the conflict and everything that is going on, it will be difficult for them to speak with one voice at the G20. Why this is important? Because a divided and an ununited Africa will undermine collective advocacy. The issues of Africa are the same: the debt crisis issue, the issues of reform, financial reform that they've been advocating for, the issues of climate finance, the issues of energy, the issues of mineral resources, issues of conflict. All these issues are common, and it's important that they stand together. And otherwise, they won't be able to negotiate amongst the global powers. They will also, if they don't stand together with South Africa, it means they will challenge the leadership, and it won't be as successful as it's supposed to be. So it's important that Africa must maximize gains from the G20 and prioritize continental cohesion, strengthen the AU's coordination mechanism, and build consensus around a core set of African priorities. It's good to see that South Africa has prioritized working together and collaborating with Africa on issues of the G20. Okay, I'm not going to go through what the G20 is and how it operates because Prof has already laid that background. So I'm going to move on to the next one. So with regards to South Africa's chosen theme, it does not only reflect on what South Africa stands for locally, but it is a reflection or a long-standing commitment to justice, peace, and human rights in Africa. And as a result, the presidency of the G20 it says that South Africa has a dual responsibility to represent the continent economic development and aspiration, and also to shape a more equitable order, which is reflective of its theme. So I have identified opportunities that South Africa could have or still could pursue. One of them is ending violence on the continent. Prof, who was presenting earlier, spoke about SDG 16, which is focusing on peace and justice. And I agree with him, because violence is such a problematic issue in Africa, and it has been an ongoing issue for many decades. And I remember that former President Thabo Mbeki used to ground his advocacy for Africa on a mantra that said, I might say it incorrectly, but it said, there cannot be any development in Africa without peace. And this should be embedded, the peace building in Africa should be embedded on the economic development agenda of the G20, of the continent and South Africa. So it's very important that South Africa should also promote this, but link it to economic development and economic empowerment. And also, this is also linked to climate, because climate has also been identified as one of the drivers of conflict in the African continent. So within the context of violence, GBV should have been integrated as a local priority. We have a crisis of GBV in the country. Just on Sunday, there was a young lady who was going on a date with a strange man who murdered her. And in the few past weeks, we had a young boy who was killed, who was abducted and killed. And we don't know why he was killed. We don't know why the young lady was killed. This is a crisis that should be elevated into a global forum like a G20, and also linked to women's economic empowerment, because GBV does negatively affect the participation of women in the economy. So it is very urgent, because in South Africa, as the research has indicated, one woman is murdered in 8 hours, and 50% of the women are murdered in South Africa. And so if we are going to address women's economic inclusion, we also need to address GBV. We should advocate for financial support, global financial support, to end the crisis of GBV. And why is it also important to end violence in the continent? Because it affects economic development of the continent. I have made an example before of how violence in countries like Mozambique has affected its economic growth, its tourism industry, which was booming, but now is negatively affected because of the extreme violence that is going on in the country, and also the political countries that we saw. So violence should be elevated to this platform, because it does not only affect South Africa, but stats also shows that the continent has been suffering with issues of GBV. As you can see, in Namibia, there's 42% of women who have faced physical or sexual violence from a partner. So South Africa can turn this into a global development issue that demands financial, institutional, and systematic solutions, linking GBV to financial inclusion and framing women's safety not only as a human right, but also as an economic imperative. So I have already indicated that South Africa must elevate Africa's voice. Is very important. There is also a conference, an important conference that is coming up in June, which will take place in Spain, the Fourth Financing for Development Conference. Now, this is a platform that South Africa can use to promote its priorities, but it should choose specific priorities that it thinks may gain support, because the aim of the G20 is to promote priorities that can be supported by these leaders, and then we'll make it to the leaders' declaration in December, and then after that can be adopted by certain countries. It's not obligational, or they are not obligated by law, but they can do that voluntarily and support South Africa to take forward some of these priorities. So in taking this, South Africa is important. It's important for South Africa to take the SDGs, which has not made a lot of progress. So it's important for South Africa to emphasize that financing for SDGs is still needs attention. So South Africa can advocate to other global forums like G77 and G7, BRICS, and other global forums. And then another opportunity that South Africa can promote is what they have called the G20 at 20, which is a review to reflect on the G20's achievement and working methods, which will look back at what what the G20 has achieved in the last 20 years and what the challenges were and what they have succeeded to do, to achieve. So I see this as an opportunity for the continent to use this review to assess whether the G20 has effectively served the continent's economic and development interest. And after they've done that, they should also ask if the G20 is the right platform for Africa's development priorities. And if so, how must it evolve to deliver better outcomes for Global South? The AU, being the new member of the G20, must also look at what its vision is, what it seeks to achieve through the G20. And if G20 is really the platform they can use to take forward Africa's economic development priorities. South Africa should also reflect on that. So it also offers South Africa an opportunity to propose new reforms and innovations. And this could be a legacy project for South Africa, because each country that presides over the G20 must have a legacy that can be carried on. And I believe this review, if it is done appropriately and have new innovation, is something that the US as the new presidency of the G20 can have an appetite to carry on as they resume their G20 presidency. They've already indicated the other priorities are they are not aligned with their foreign policy priorities. So maybe this could be one of the things that South Africa could have the US carry them over as they take over. Okay, I have covered this. So I'm also advocating for a gender G20. I have noticed that gender is there in the G20 priorities, but it's very quiet. So South Africa needs to strengthen the gender message within the G20 agenda of their presidency. They need to clarify in terms of financial inclusion what they seek to achieve and how will that impact ordinary women in South Africa, the women in the rural areas and townships. So this must be linked to the SDGs and G20 action plan. So it should not be generalized and say these are the issues, but they should identify the issues that have been identified by Brazil and India on women's financial inclusion and say what are the issues that were not achieved that us, South Africa, can take forward and be able to achieve within the Global South. And they also need to promote the gender responsive climate finance. I think this message has been carried on since India had taken over. So when we look at it financially, then we should be able to say, does the Just Energy Transition Partnership that South Africa has with the EU and the USA address gender issues that we are facing locally? Does it address the ordinary women who will be affected by energy transition in South Africa? So we should always reflect the local realities in what we are promoting globally. And then in terms of the global financial reform, it must also address the constraints and the restraints within the international, within the IMF governance and conditionalities. Okay, before I sit down, I wanted to highlight the risk potential risk that South Africa might face towards the end or when they have to hand over. This might change. You know, the current president of the USA is so unpredictable. You know, we might end up seeing the president being best friends with our president. So this might change. However, as I was looking at this study, I realized that it could be a complicated handover with the US being or distancing themselves as the next presidency of the G20. The Troika meetings have been complicated by US not cooperating. You know, the president of the United States has pulled out the government agencies that are working with the G20. So we don't know what to expect. However, South Africa must prepare for this and build up scenarios of what could happen. And if this happens, how do we respond as the residing president? And then also, look at the diplomatic and institutional options that exist to ensure a smooth handover. Making sure that legacy making sure that the legacy continues, designing initiatives, as I have mentioned earlier, with institutional memory and resilience, ensuring that African priorities like the reform and climate finance and digital inclusion continue beyond SSTEM. Also emphasize dealing with Africa's debt issue. It's a serious issue that South Africa should prioritize and push forward with it. In closing, basically, I think this should be brought to the people, the local people of South Africa and around the continent. You know, the people who don't even understand what G20 is, the people who are affected by climate change, the people who are affected by poor access to bank services, which is people in the rural areas and townships. I'm going to stop here by now, and I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that thought-provoking presentation. I think it is time now that we get our colleagues to also comment and give inputs on what you have presented. I think to just recap for colleagues, you have talked about that the G20, amongst other things, when it's hosted in South Africa, must promote global solidarity, address inequalities within and between countries, pursue sustainable development, balancing growth with climate action. Are we, as countries that are not contributing much to climate change, supposed to be expected to pay as much as or equivalent to those that have contributed significantly? And we know that in the global south, very few of them have contributed significantly. Earlier on, we talked about focus on disasters resilience and debt sustainability, the issue around the drive for equity and global governance, highlighting Africa's development agenda, harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth, addressing poverty, unemployment, inequality, aligning with the African Union's Agenda 2063, and ultimately ensuring that we align with the Africa we want vision. We consolidate progress that has been achieved thus far with the Global South and ensure sustainable efforts. In those words, let me take any comments, questions that we might have here. I know that we are limited with time. We are standing between you and what is probably lunch, so that's limiting on its own. So we will, any questions, comments by show of hands? One, Mike, two there at the back, three there, four. We'll take that in that particular sequence in the first round, and then we'll review time and see whether we can take more.
Thank you so much. Doctor, thank you so much. It was really enticing. I don't know if mine is a question or it's a comment. I'm not so sure. But I think it's a question, and I stand to be corrected. You highlighted on the GBV that is happening in our country, and I would like to believe it's not only happening in our country, actually it's, the continent. I'm from I work with my supervisor there on gender, so it's a very close topic for me, and I get so emotional. We know about the Twetwe, we know about the boy who just died. You just mentioned that every 8 hours a woman gets killed. It's very emotional for me. But my question is, what is it that we're doing to make sure that the perpetrators get healed? Where is the root problem of this GBV? Because even when we know that it's a month for GBV, women get killed. Things happen concerning GBV. So what is it that can be done actually? I don't know. I'm emotional. Sorry about that.
We understand, don't worry. You don't have to apologize. Go ahead.
So how can we concentrate on the root cause? That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a question or it's a word of thought, food for thought. How can we deal with the root cause of this GBV? We've been talking about it, making posters, making noise, and doing all these things, but it's like nothing is happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Pepelo Zubani. I'm from Tabumbegi African School of Public and International Affairs. Mine is simple, it's not a question. I would just like to appreciate Dr. Bongiwe.
May you stand up so that we can see you in the screens.
Mine is just to appreciate such a nice presentation. It was very insightful. I only kept learning. I would also like to appreciate the time taken to prepare such a coherent presentation. As I have stated, I was able to learn from slide to slide. I was able to keep on learning. It was very coherent. And also, I'd like to appreciate the fact that you have appreciated the sensitiveness of GBV, not only as an issue in South Africa, but in Africa as a whole, and maybe even across the globe. But have the manner in which you have identified G20 as a platform to elevate such issues, and the manner in which you have justified as to why I appreciate all of that. And I think it may even be an answer to the question that Messi such as us to say what can be done. It is a starting point, because we have just asked for or called for support in this particular area using a very strategic platform, and again we have justified as to how this platform is strategic in this particular aspect. So I thank you so much.
There was a hand there. Okay, we can start there just for a sequence, and you can go to my sister here.
Thank you, and good morning again, colleagues. Yeah, I think we share the same sentiments to say, yeah, here is the platform, but then going forward, beyond actually G20 that will be ending, this year, actually, the concept itself, but then the practicality that is going to go on hereafter. Do we have relevant and sustainable policies, that will assist to unblock this, bureaucratic blockages that I think one of the speakers alluded to yesterday. What is it that it is going to be happening, thinking into the fact that she also mentioned the priorities, promotion of that priorities that were mentioned. How do we see that those, being enhanced, being experienced, being advanced, so that it will be implemented going forward beyond this period. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Day.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is David Nzwalo, and I'm an African. I just want to make comments, and if the people can translate that into a question, I would appreciate the response. The presentation was very, very great. However, my concern is on how, as Africans, particularly South Africans, are euphoria-driven, spasmic, and spasmodic. In other words, we get into an issue and somehow we get excited about it. And this reminds me of 2010. And interestingly, even during 2010, as South Africans, we're having this thing that, yeah, this is for Africa. And the same logic seems to be happening with this South Africa's presidency on, G20. And then a very, very interesting point was made about South Africa having the opportunity to increase Africa's voice. Do you know what Africa's voice is at the moment? It's reparations. Hence, the theme for the AU this year is around reparations, justice for Africans and the people of African descent through reparations. Now, you look at how the theme for South Africa's presidency, G20, has been framed. It's a far cry from the real issue that Africans across the globe should be focused on at this time, in point. Reparations. So I'm wondering, what are the chances for Africans, or even South Africa, to be brave enough to raise the issue of reparations within the G20 context? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. These questions are beyond my pay grade, so I'm going to throw them back at you so you can be able to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, let me try and answer. Thank you for the questions and the beautiful comments. Starting with the comment by my sister on what can be done to end GBV. When we look from the outside, it does seem like South Africa has run out of ideas on this issue, and there are existing laws which are poorly implemented. And then, the picture is that instead of things getting better, they're getting worse, which is why I raised the issue of perhaps it's time for South Africa to take this issue, this crisis, to the global forum. And if it's finances that is hindering progress on this issue, then raise this issue as a financial issue and say we need support to deal with this crisis. We need, innovations. We need to also learn from others who have dealt with similar crises and how they conquer them. It's just like India. They were not dealing with GBV, but they took a local policy, or a local issue, which was poor digitalization in the country, which was hindering economic growth. So they took that issue to G20 and say, as India, we have a potential to grow up to this level. However, because of poor access to digital technology, we are unable to make this progress. So we are putting this issue on the G20 platform, and we are asking the leaders to financially support us and also adopt a policy that will not only make this an Indian issue, but will also make it a global South and a global issue. And this was India's legacy for their presidency. Even now, digital transformation is still in South Africa's agenda. So perhaps South Africa should take this maybe not just on the G20, but other platforms, women's global women's economic empowerment, where we can gather these ideas and innovations which can help us end this crisis. I hope I have answered you. And then the question on how do we see the priorities being advanced following South Africa's handing over in December. In my view, the existence of the AU and South Africa as the G20 members could help for them to ensure that there is continuity, and that is carrying on and advocating for these issues they are currently advocating for while residing as a presidency. So after they end it, they still push for reform, they still push for sustainable financing, they still push for equity. They can still raise these issues within the structures, the Sherpas and the tracks and the working groups that are within. Because the issue within the way the G20 is organized is that there is no legal binding. Everyone volunteers to adopt and implement and support. So when countries adopt certain policy issues, it is because it is sometimes aligned with their foreign policy issues. So it's important for South Africa to continue promoting these issues even after their president, to continue to work with Inter. That is why it's important for South Africa to establish the AU as a strategic and a competitive actor and a member of the G20, because currently the AU is new and is not well established. They need to have the right systems. They need to build the right partnerships. They need to form the right collisions with other G20 partners. So I believe that is how they can ensure relevance and continuity of their priorities. And then Ms. Teletswalo raised an issue of the chances of South Africa raising the issue of reparations. I think currently as the G20 president, it will be challenging for South Africa to raise or promote that issue. As you say, it's inclusion, it's equity and the sustainability, what they are promoting. And at the moment, it's not only the USA that is not comfortable with South Africa's theme. It is also some developed countries which are not comfortable. If we remember the finance ministers meeting that was held in February, some of the ministers decided not to attend because they did not fully agree with the theme, with South Africa's chosen theme. And there was usually when there is a finance ministers meeting, they must produce a communique on what they discussed and agreed on. But unfortunately, the meeting did not culminate to that communique because there were a lot of disagreement, and some of these disagreements came from South Africa's theme. So it will be challenging for South Africa to raise the issue now. But I agree with you, it's important that they use these global platforms to raise these issues. I don't think that Africa is currently speaking with one voice. And on the issue of reparations, I am not sure how many countries have spoken out publicly about this issue. So South Africa, to say that Africa is speaking with one voice, they have not yet reached that point because they have individual interest. We see how they are aligning with the USA and other European countries behind the scenes. But we are saying that we want Africa to speak with one voice. We want Africa to be protected. We want to find solutions on how we can raise finances for the continent, within the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpahlele. You indeed represented us very well as the school and the university. We are 6 months into the South Africa's presidency for the G20. And I think the questions that are being raised revolve around the question whether, as a country, as a continent of Africa, do we really know what we want out of G20? If we do know what we want out of G20, we will get what we want. But at the same time, I think she also raised a question of resistance. You may know what you want, especially on the subject of reparations. There will be resistance. And I think in a number of forums, there has been an indication by South Africans and Africans that we know our problems. She spoke passionately about GBV. We know the problems that we're dealing with. Perhaps it is now time, as we look at the impact of G20 on us, we also need to do a lot of introspection. We also need to look beyond G20. We need to start looking for solutions. We need to start looking into issues of development within ourselves. We are speaking of a free trade in Africa. It has got great potential. If we look at our numbers in Africa, if our numbers and the youthful nature of our populations in Africa, we can have that unity that we talk about in the AU. We can look at developmental issues. Ultimately, with or without G20, we will be able to develop if we can find lasting solution to all the problems that we have. Now, I would like you to join me in putting hands together for Bongiwe Mpahlele for the beautiful presentation that she gave us. I must also thank my colleague from the University of Stellenbosch, Professor Ndevu, for also giving us an overview in terms of the origin and what G20 is all about. Thank you, Prof. Now, beyond this, you'd remember I said 6 months. We have another 6 months. When you look at the focus areas and focus groups of the G20, and I'm sure all of us are going to find expression in these focus groups. We are primarily people who are concerned about government. Now it means after this seminar, we should also find opportunities that are out there for us to contribute towards the debate in as far as G20 is concerned. Because when you look at some of the engagement groups, you would have a group that is focusing on the youth. You would have a group that is focusing on women. You would have a group that is focusing on development, where government should also take a central position. You have a group that is focusing on employment, and therefore we must all make G20 our business. Thank you very much. Let us enjoy lunch. Dr. Sokela, we coming back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Let's reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
improvement. Thanks for the feedback. We'll get it right next time. I have an announcement to make. Clifford has requested me to alert you that there's going to be a list circulating where you need to capture your correct spelling of your names so that they can correctly appear on the certificates that they are working on. So that is the request. Thank you very much, Clifford. In terms of the way forward now, we are at subtheme 6, which talks to the specific innovative ways and approaches that higher education institutions have adopted to bring about solutions to the pressing challenges that confront the continent. I'm going to invite my colleague, Mamelo. Mamelo can join me. Thank you, Mamelo. So she's going to take us. She's going to stand in for the two colleagues who could not make it. And over to you, Mamelo. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. Colleagues, welcome. And once again, I know it's the afternoon session. Not only afternoon session, but the second day of us sitting on our round tables for discussions. Like the program director indicated, the colleagues that were supposed to come on board, our moderators, could not make it. So I'm going to be your moderator for today. So you're going to have to bear with me a little bit as we navigate this session of today. Mine is quite simple, is to bring to the front the two speakers that we have on the program. And we will continue the session as we did in the morning session, where they will then present their topics, and we will then move for discussion after the two presentations. Colleagues, without wasting much time, I'm going to call on our speakers to talk to us about specific innovative ways and approaches that higher education institutions have adopted to bring about solutions to the pressing challenges confronting the continent. In the morning, we had sessions on what other innovations or initiatives are there that are being used to may help us to move or to improve our resilience. The coming colleagues will talk to us to say what are the approaches that we can look into to bring about solutions that we are looking for. I'm going to call on Dr. T.D. Tumba from the TM School. I hope I said the surname correctly. Doctor will speak to us about the determinants of disaster management literacy among public servants in the South African public service. It's my honor to call on you, Doctor, to come and join us on the podium. Thank you. Thank you. Doctor won't be alone in this discussion. We're going to call again on Dr. B. Mphahlele, also from the TM School, to talk to us on how assessing the data gaps and needs for climate resilience and water investment in SADC can help us to bring solutions to our pressing challenges. It's my honor, Doctor, to call you back on stage. Once again, a round of applause. Oh, well, that's a round of applause of people who didn't eat. Thank you. Much appreciated. Dr. Mphahlele, we are looking at you. I want to wear that title next time I come on stage. Ne? I'm going to prepare myself. You are an encouragement. And thank you for blessing us with your youthfulness. Colleagues, that does my introductions to the two doctors that are here today to share with us their papers. We're going to start with Dr. Tumba. Dr. Tumba, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah. I'm Dr. Tumba, and I'll be presenting a paper on the determinant of disaster management literacy among public servants in South Africa public service. And before I start, I have one claim to make here. This is a paper still in progress. The reason I want to present it is because I want maybe to get some feedback from you so I can improve it. But the most reason is that the methodology which I'm using here is mixed method. So I have to collect the qualitative data and quantitative. So what I'll be presenting here is the qualitative part. But for the quantitative, I'm waiting for the ethical clearance to be sorted out, so now I can add also the statistics and to make it a little bit strong. As I said, the method which I'm using in this paper is quantitative. So this study will investigate the key determinants influencing disaster management literacy among public servants. And the question which I'll try to address is the following. To what extent factors such as educational background, institutional support, practical experience, leadership style, leadership commitment, and interagency collaboration influence public servant knowledge in terms of disaster management literacy? As when we look back during the COVID time, so it seemed like everyone didn't know where to go, didn't know what to do. But there were specific public servants who were in front, while some of us, we were in our house, but them, they were in front and they were confronting with this COVID as well. No, this is a disaster. But in my view, sorry, I didn't prepare my PowerPoint because this laptop actually, it gave me sometimes problem when I have to connect with the HD. So I was saying, disaster management literacy is very, very important among public servants. So we should not leave it only to specific units. But for me, everyone who is working in public service need at least to have specific knowledge when it comes to management disaster. Being it in higher education, being it in health service, police, so everyone needs at least to have knowledge. But how can we get this knowledge related to disaster management? This is what this study will try to address, as I said. And I will recognize the previous speaker in the morning, I think it was Dr. Sitole. For me, he spoke on something which I'm not going to repeat, like your legal framework on disaster management. So this, we all know that we are having a lot of policies and other legal instruments, but sometimes the challenge is to what extent do we implement them, but I'm not going to touch on those ones. So colleagues, as we all know, South Africa faced a multitude of disaster risk, ranging from natural hazard, such as flood, drought, and sometimes some disasters are human-induced. And also, sometimes we are facing also public health emergencies. In this regard, public servants play an important role in mitigating this risk and responding to the emergency of disasters. However, there is a growing concern about the adequacy of disaster management literacy within public service. This research seeks to identify and analyze the determinants of disaster management literacy with a focus on understanding how various socio-demographic, institutional, and experiential factors contribute to knowledge and capacity in disaster context. The study aimed to fill a gap in terms of empirical data and provide some policy relevant insights. Disaster management literacy refer to knowledge, skills, and competencies required to understand, to respond to, and mitigate the impact of disaster. It includes awareness of risk reduction strategies, preparedness, planning, emergency response protocols, and post-disaster recovery process. Most of the time, this part of post-disaster recovery process, many countries, they don't implement it, but we have to understand that it involves a lot of financial resources. For public servants, disaster literacy is not only a technical competency, but it's also a civic responsibility. In the public sector, disaster literacy extends beyond individual awareness to include institutional knowledge and integration of disaster management framework into daily operations. An effective literacy among public servants is increasingly recognized as a critical enabler of resilience, especially to face climate change, rapid urbanization, and growing socio-economic vulnerabilities. So as I said, the study will follow a mixed methods. So disaster management literacy, this is my main variables, which is a dependent variables. So in terms of independent variables, I have educational background and training. I have institutional capacity and resources. I have workplace culture, leadership commitment, and I'll say this: organizational culture and leadership commitment to disaster risk management are very important, but often we overlook them. Study shows that supportive leadership and a culture of accountability can instill knowledge sharing and learning among public servants. In contrast, bureaucratic departments or bureaucratic inertia sometimes can hinder the mainstreaming of disaster risk knowledge. Also, organizational support structure, including access to resources, tools, and information systems, significantly influence disaster literacy. Public service institutions with robust disaster management framework, a clear communication protocols, and functional disaster units are more likely to foster literacy, to foster management disaster literacy among public servants. Also, education and professional development are consistently identified as a core determinant of disaster literacy. And public servants with a formal training in emergency management, environmental studies, or public administration tend to exhibit higher level of disaster preparedness and comprehension. So the data which I'm going to present here, they are only part of qualitative aspect of the study. And I did use the secondary data, and I collect this data through a desktop research. This is why I collect this secondary data on qualitative aspects. But for the quantitative, I said I'm waiting for the ethical clearance so I can hand over the questionnaires. So in terms of my population, the population actually are public servants, especially at the national and provincial level, especially those who are involved in disaster management. And the sampling technique which was followed here is a convenience sampling technique. And quantitative data will be collected through questionnaires. In terms of data analysis, the quantitative data will be analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics. And I would like to come up with a specific model. So I will also use the same structural equation modeling. While the qualitative data, I did use thematic analysis in order to identify key patterns related to disaster management among public servants. So the study found that public servants with higher educational qualification and prior training in disaster management show a higher level of disaster management literacy. In addition, institutional leadership commitment was also a significant determinant. Moreover, the interagency collaboration and participation in training and simulations were associated with an improved practical understanding of disaster management literacy among public servants. However, there's still a gap in terms of digital literacy related to disaster management literacy. The study also acknowledged that disaster management literacy is multifaceted in nature, while education and training are foundational institutional culture and interdepartmental coordination play equally vital roles. The disparity in terms of literacy disaster management regarding to level of education and in terms of gender also come out through the literature. Moreover, addressing the technological obstacle and promoting a culture of continuous learning are crucial for enhancing readiness and preparedness for an effective and resilient public sector regarding disaster management. So in conclusion, I'll say that disaster management literacy among public servants is shaped by a combination of individual, institutional, and systematic factors. To strengthen disaster resilience, the study recognized that there are several ways to improve public servant literacy regarding the disaster management. So the study recommends that to integrate disaster management in the public service training program, to improve access to information and digital tools, to enhance interagency collaboration through regular simulation and joint planning, to foster leadership commitment to disaster preparedness. This measure will not only improve responsive effectiveness, but also contribute to building a more resilient public sector in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tumba. We will summarize the moderator's notes when the second speaker is done. I hope the second speaker, are you going to project? Because that makes life a little bit easier. Thank you. Dr. Phahlele, over to you, ma'am.
Auntie, you're forcing me to say something to break the silence while you're doing that.
Maybe to the organizers, if we can try and maybe start streamlining the presentations for tomorrow so that we don't have these delayed challenges. Just as a way of recommending how we can learn from the experiences here today. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, May Moderator. I come back. Colleagues, let me greet you once again. I will present on a different topic, which will focus on resilient in the SADC region. I also want to make a disclaimer. This is also a developing paper, so I'm looking forward to your input and contributions. No difficult questions, please. Okay, so this paper will look at the newly launched SADC Regional Climate Resilient Water Investment Program, which was launched last year. It's a new tool that will help SADC address resilience issues in the region. So basically, I will focus on the elements that can enhance or make this tool to be effective. So these elements are currently presented with challenges. So I'll focus on those challenges and see how, if those challenges are addressed, can improve this resilient tool. So, but before I go on those challenges, I firstly want to give you a background of this SADC AIP that I want to talk about. So it was launched last year to mobilize and accelerate climate resilient water investment across Southern Africa. It is an extension of the Continental Africa Water Investment Program, which was endorsed by the AU heads of states with the goal of raising 30 billion US dollars annually to address Africa's water challenges. So it focuses on climate resilient and also water resilient. So it's a program of the AU that is existing. It's led by the president of Senegal. So what they seek to do currently is to go around the continent and seek to raise money amongst the private sector of the continent, but they also promoting this in different global forums. So this SADC Climate Resilient Water Investment Program is an extension of that. It is aligned with SDG 6 on water and sanitation. It's also aligned with the Paris Agreement on climate change, on issues of climate finance. It is also addressed in the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change, and also a priority of South Africa's G20 on climate resilient infrastructure and finance. So this means water resilient, climate finance and water resilient is addressed in these many forums. So the focus of this tool is to strengthen climate resilient infrastructure, drive governance and policy reform, and build institutional capacity for sustainable water engagement. And then it seeks to develop and implement a regional water investment. And then in the region seeks to raise about 1 billion by 2030. Remember, I said the continent seeks to raise 30 billion. And then it partners with DPSA and Global Water Partnership Southern Africa, which are the implementing partners. And then also have other partners, SADC, Order NEPAD, African Development Bank, World Bank, and UN agencies. It's not a water initiative, but it's a climate resilience strategy and the financing framework. So this tool or instrument seeks to address gaps in climate warning system in the region, and then also climate hazards which threaten water security, As you have seen in the research and the reports, that the region is now one of the driest parts of the continent. And then it also another issue is the unexpected floods and also cyclones that you have seen, especially in Mozambique and the surrounding countries. So it seeks to plan for such things and make sure that people are able to recover from that. And then it also seeks to address climate information, early warning systems, which undermine resilient planning. So up to so far, the SADC tool is supported by Green Climate Fund, which has already provided 1.5 million for an initial project preparation. So since this money was provided, SADC with the partners have also last week sent a proposal for the rest of the money that is required to build up this tool and address the challenges that need to be addressed before the implementation. So this proposal was submitted last week. They are waiting for approval, and I think Green Climate Fund has already committed itself to supporting this project. So some of the things that they have done through this program, they have consulted with the many different SADC countries, including Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa, and recently they were at Eswatini. And then they've also engaged through workshops, some of the civil society in some countries. They've engaged national governments in some of the countries. So one of the main challenges that can hamper or hinder the effectiveness of these tools is data challenge, which is a big challenge in the region. I mean, South Africa is also one of the countries that have data issues. If you look at migration, you will see that the country doesn't have, a comprehensive information on how many people enter the border from South Africa and how many go out. We don't have those kinds. So this is a data issue that is widespread. So these data issues need to be addressed because they hinder evidence-based planning, and they also hinder evidence-based decision making, which is quite important, because if you at least have evidence, the solution that you are building for what type of people, and you're addressing which specific issues. You are not just generalizing. And then we also have, within data, we have infrastructure information, which is outdated and missing geospatial mapping. We also have financing data issues. We also have climate risk issues. And then the second main challenge that can hinder the effectiveness of this instrument is early warning system in the region. I think some of the colleagues spoke yesterday on the early warning system, but what I've initially found is that there are many gaps, especially amongst the countries where member states lack the capacity to localize and act on forecast. There's also data limitations which are necessary for the early warning systems, data on hydrometeorological, which is outdated and incomplete, and technological barriers, which I have already mentioned. And then, so this the ineffectiveness of the early warning systems, it affects, preparedness of the region, because they are unable to determine, the responses, and also how they can minimize the effects of the disasters. So there is an opportunity, but there is an opportunity for improvement to integrate early warning systems into water planning and strengthen local data systems and capacity. And then these data challenges, both data challenge and early warning systems, they undermine climate resilience in the SADC region. I'm not going to go into the details of that. But in terms of climate adaptation, which is very important, the data gaps limit evidence-based planning, which I've already spoke about. And they also hinder monitoring and evaluation efforts. And they also disrupt regional coordination because there isn't enough information to coordinate on, and also tell and also be able to warn other countries of what has been discovered. So the consequences of this of weak early warning systems on this instrument is the reduced effectiveness of climate resilient investment, which can limit the SADC water investment program to safeguard water infrastructure and communities from climate shocks. And also the other consequence is poor allocation of funds, and also which can result in poor disaster responses, as I have mentioned, economic loss, and weak resilience planning. With the floods in Durban, I've also read a sad story of women farmers who were affected and, were unable to, and lost their farming business and were unable to recover because the government was unable to assist them with recovery. So with the effective data and effective early warning systems, these can be addressed, especially in areas like rural areas, where there's quite a few female farmers who needs government assistance. So this needs to be strengthened, but I'm not going to go through it. So my key initial recommendations, because this is work in progress, is one of them is improving and strengthening data collection and management, and then also invest in modern monitoring tools and systems. I think they can also explore, someone spoke about artificial intelligence, explore if that can make a difference, and then also strengthen the early warning system, which is key, and then also enhance regional cooperation and data sharing. I think, so the fourth point, I actually borrowed it from yesterday's discussion, which is to align this tool with local realities and indigenous knowledge, see if there's anything that can be learned to strengthen it, and then also incorporate, reflect on the experiences of marginalized people. So to make sure that it also addresses the challenges and the issues that people in rural communities who are far from urbanization are able to be assisted when these disasters hit them. So I will stop there for now. Like I said, I'm looking forward to contributions and input since this is a developing paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Colleagues, there you have it. The two doctors put a disclaimer way in front to say this is work in progress. So your engagement this afternoon will help sharpen their work in progress documents. So we're expecting that you will raise your hands and contribute to what they are trying to build. I just checked with the program director. It looks like one of my roles as a moderator is to try and sum up what you've said without being the expert in the areas that you are writing on. But the key issues that I think will resonate with the discussions from yesterday, this morning, up until now. Okay, I think starting with the one on Dr. Tumba, key to the presentation, Doctor, which you will also reflect on as you respond to questions when they come, is the concern on the ability of public servants to respond to disasters, to the management of disasters. And you're bringing in the issue of knowledge and skills that has to be built by building into the learning environment those capabilities. And you raise the issue of the inadequacy of literature in that regard. And yeah, I think that one goes to the hearts of academic institutions to see how do we get the knowledge that is sitting in South Africans based on our experiences into books. And we know that South Africa is prone to many other disasters, particularly the wildfire, the drought. And you're raising an important issue also of water, which leads to what Dr. Mphahlele is talking about. And as you are presenting, Doctor, I got reminded for those of us who are in Pretoria, is it Pretoria East? From tomorrow, 4 days of no water. That's how bad the disaster is. And I'm not sure how we've prepared for it, but that's one of our realities here in Pretoria and Gauteng in general. Okay. You were reflecting on the tool that AIP, that the SADC region is working on. Thank you for that information that you've shared with us. Now we know that SADC is doing something at a regional level to help us deal with the water crisis issue, which we are very familiar with, coming from some of the dry areas of South Africa. And I think what you are also raising there is our ability to respond to forecasts, if I'm not mistaken, and our ability to collect data that we can manage to help us develop the early warning systems. So colleagues, there you have it in brief, basically in terms of what the papers are looking at. I was doing my dissertation for my presentation. So yeah, can we get takers in terms of inputs to the topics? Public servants that are around the table, we are saying the knowledge base needs to be increased, and there are proposals on how that knowledge base can be increased. I see there's the first hand over there. Thank you. Any other takers? The water challenge and the proposal that are being put on the table. I think it links back to also what we discussed this morning in terms of the responsiveness to disasters. Only one question. Is this because of lunch? Okay. Let's give the first taker. Maybe after that we will. Thank you. There's a second hand over here. Let's start with you, Dr. Matewa.
Thank you, colleagues, for that informative presentation. Water is life, and it is said that the next wars will be fought on water, not oil and minerals. And that's true, because climate effects are all over around us, and rivers are dry, and that is source for concern. Now, the presentation on the SADC Regional Climate Initiative, you mentioned that the intention is to raise 30 billion, I think $30 billion, right? Not rands. Do you think by 2030, do you think that is realistic, given the priorities that we have and the countries that are involved that are swimming in debt? And this is, of course, to deal with issues of transboundary water governance, climate resilient infrastructure, financing framework, and all that. Is that to be realized? Sorry about that degree. Now, I also want you to infuse some of, in your paper, because you say you are developing, can you infuse some examples around Africa and the world? For instance, you have a similar initiative with the Nile Basin, which is an East African initiative. You could also look at that to enrich your paper. And also you can look at the Lansing Mekong Corporation, which is an Asian-based initiative, as well as the European Water Initiative, just to see whether how the financing was handled and the governance system management processes. The last question on the other paper, Chair. I think I have a suggestion, but I prefer I'll speak to the presenter on the line. Thank you.
Thank you. The second mic, you have it. Thank you. Third hand noted. Thank you. Please, sir.
Thank you. also. I have a contribution towards Dr. Dumba, since he is welcoming contributions. Mine is to say, I think there is a consensus among all of us here that everyone needs to be involved in disaster management. Since yesterday, I've been hearing that, and your paper is suggesting that the public servants, in particular, because we identify deliberately public servants. So if everyone, if there's a consensus that everyone then must be involved, and your paper specifically targets public servants, I feel that you have to then justify further as to why deliberately we have chosen public servants, since already there's an agreement that everyone needs to be there. So I'll just add that, and everything else there, I think I'm okay with it, and I think I wish you well with the paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Afternoon, you all. Afternoon, you all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mine was just a comment on disaster management, because I think it's more of a policy. It should be included, maybe in one of the recommendations, it should be included in the policies, when the plans are made done, the actual, when the city planners are planning, they look at the buildings that are, for example, the buildings that we have in most of our cities, maybe they were constructed many years back. And if you look like in the developing and the developed countries, they take it into consideration. Maybe in future they will have fixed, maybe cycle and all that. So maybe it can also be, it is a policy. I mean, it should be considered as a policy, so that now when those plans, the planning documents are being prepared, to be taken into consideration. That maybe in future, because we can see the climate change and all the things that are happening now, maybe in future it will be a great problem. So if it's not incorporated, then when it be prepared, when it be sent on a large amount, it will still happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other takers who wants to contribute? I see there's another hand that side. Can I do the 5? Or can I do all of them? I believe you are noting yourselves so that you can then give us your comment, if not a response. Okay. For you, sir?
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Afternoon. Because I'm coming from the economic development sector, chair, the contradictions between South Africa in terms of industrializing the country, as well as the issues around climate change. As an input, maybe the colleagues should look into that to say, how do we then strike the balance between our industrial policy action plan as a country, as well as the issues around climate change, including issues around the water scarcity, because those are linked. And also South African regulation in terms of environmental laws, how it would then also strike the balance with the regulations, looking also at issues around unemployment. So as I'm coming from the economic development sector or cluster, so how do we strike those balance? For me, it would be very interesting if your paper also push into looking into those areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. There was a 5th hand and the 6th hand. Yes. You, sir?
Moderator, thank you so much. I'm Brian Agaba from Republic of Uganda. And I have 2 comments as our 2 doctors talked about that maybe will contribute to whatever they are doing. They are good studies, and I really agree. And number 1, concerning the determinants of disaster management literacy among public servants. It is true that the public servants, they take much of a big hand in the government, and we really believe if we can train them, give them and equip them much information on whatever that is needed, it is something that it can easily be seen in the near future. Why? The government trusts us who are in this government. They trust us so much, and I really believe they respect us and they expect much from us. So I really believe that if all public servants in Northern Nation, they are really equipped by training them on whatever that is needed, it is something that can easily give you results in the end. And then also make it holistic, because I'm trying to say that you are talking about South Africa. If you can as well be funded, also get some information from different countries. Maybe it is going to enrich your, that paper. Why have I said it in this way? That I have this thing that many people have talked about. Africa's challenges, they can also be addressed by African solutions. Some people will hear, we look at solutions maybe from the USA, from Russia, from where. I really believe that Africa, we can easily try to do something. Because these challenges that are in Uganda, they may not be challenges that are in the USA. But you realize at some point you are in South Africa, but you're waiting for a solution from the USA. I think it is really a big challenge. So if we can easily try to look at our Africa, let me tell you something. Africa, we are a big continent, and we can do much big things if we really believe in ourselves. But I really believe that some people will have challenges. We think that these countries that have developed, maybe God created them differently. No, God created America, God created other continents like any other country. If you really see that Americans, how they're talking about they're making America great, if you look into history, America was made by like 8 members. They sat down and they're like, we can do something. Now, Africa, if we can just try to think outside the box, there is something we can do for this continent. And concerning assessing the data gaps, yes, as I've said, that African challenges are African solutions. Talk about my country, Uganda. I really think that, in my opinion, we waste a lot of water. Why? Uganda is a blessed country. That's why it is called the Pearl of Africa. We have much water, rain every time, season after season. Things are good concerning climate. But I really think that there is something also we can do in contributing to African challenge, because Africa will be having grown to have water, but maybe Botswana, they have issues. What can we do? Let's engage in these activities. Planting more trees, relocation. Uganda, we are relocating from people from wherever they were, like they had built in the swampy areas, and maybe they had under this authority called National Environmental Management Authority. We're trying to relocate, and this one it is done by force. It is a force because you already see there is a challenge, and now if we keep getting challenges, then the one hold our country will be in challenge. So we're trying to relocate these people from the press, which should be gazetted which would be contributing to our climate for this element of climate resilience and sustainability to ensure that it is not affecting our next generation. And I really believe that it's workable. If the policies are put in place, you really know. If it is South Africa, you know where the challenge is, you know where these people they are built, maybe illegally, or maybe failing to follow up the policies. But mistakes that are done in Africa, we do them knowing. Now, the city, our city, Kampala, we are relocating it from where it is to somewhere else, where like we really see that there are many challenges right now that I think that cannot be really reversed. But we're trying to look for some other city where things can as well do what be done in order. But at the end, we are looking at making Uganda great, making Kampala great, making Uganda great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Our last hand, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. It's Zaneda Mfusa again from Department of Social Development. I want to echo my brother there, the doctor, that as public servants, we do need capacity building on the issue of disaster. For instance, at social development, we've been involved in COVID-19, we're involved in floods, we are still involved in disaster in our province. So we need this capacity building, but it must come in different forms. All levels of government must be capacitated, from senior management, middle management, to our foot soldiers, so that we are able to make an impact, and so that each and every one of us will play his or her role. Again, the issue of arrangement must find a space in your paper, because the issue of disaster must follow a certain protocol to ensure that it is coordinated correctly, because in our province it was kind of confusion. So there must be a clear roles in terms of management disaster. In management of the disaster. Another thing is the issue of intersectoral collaboration. It must find space in your paper so that this is managed properly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see there's a late comer there. Please, let's recognize the gentleman there as the last speaker. Can I do a last sweeping? No other hands. Okay, indeed, the last speaker.
Thank you, moderator. So, yeah, mine is a bit odd. So it's basically I'm not confident enough to can call it a proposal, but it actually is a proposal. So when Milka Taylor was doing her presentation, she mentioned something about us having a water scarcity crisis. And like guys, I love waste. I'm just obsessed with it. So it got me wondering, do we really? So the proposal is, the approach from my perspective should have been, do we really have a water scarcity issue, or we have an issue wherein we are living in abundance of water? There's just no advancement in this. There's just no effective advancement of mechanisms or indigenous mechanisms that were used previously to have us provided with water. So, let me put it this way. So, my belief is here in Africa, guys, even before civilization, even though I'm not good at numbers of what civilization started on here, I know for sure that Africans have always had water, and Africans have always lived communal. Africans have always consumed water in masses, and there were no issues, the machine or what the technology, something is not being provided elsewhere. The only issue that Africans had was to purify the water, and they had indigenous mechanisms to purify that water, and it was consumed. So I feel like now that we are moving fastly with technology, we end up forgetting our ways that were sustaining us better. And I'm not sure if I'm putting it correctly. That's why I get confused when you say we are living in water, we have a water scarcity crisis, but the next day we have floods. That's a bit confusing for someone as simple as me. So I feel like the approach should actually be addressed to mechanisms of making sure that water is purified and accessible to the continent, not actually generating all water from elsewhere, because we don't have, none of us is doing that. None of us is producing water from the water is there. It's just not purified and made ready for human consumption. That's my thinking. I'm not sure if maybe I'm lost, but thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. Colleagues, maybe let's give ourselves a round of applause, because even though it's after lunch, we were awake. Thank you. My dear doctors, if there's something I took from yesterday is that the leaders eat last. Now, because I'm behind the mic, I'm the leader today. So I'm going to ask you I'll make my inputs. It's not questions. I think what has come out from, and I'm not going to try and recap what the questions are, you would best understand them because they relate to your inputs. The issue that will you be touching on what Africa has to give in terms of the issues that you are raising in your papers? Because there's a belief that Africa has African solutions that you can borrow from. So that's one of the comments that I picked up coming. But what I wanted to put on myself is maybe there's a perspective on the impact of man-made challenges that creates some of the disasters that we find ourselves in, because not all of them are natural. Maybe that's a perspective you can bring into the paper. But also with that is the issue of what disasters do to development. Because what we've seen with the pandemic is that resources had to be redirected from development to disaster management. So if that angle could probably also take emphasis so that we can understand why we need to plan for these disasters. Okay. For you, Doc Tumba, I love that you will be training some of us with your solution. What I want to bring to the table is, can you also reflect on some of the processes that government has? Because we currently big on business continuity. Whether that translates into actual disaster management, I'm not sure. But institutions have to develop business continuity papers or plans which are supposedly helping us to manage disasters. That's basically just from my side. Colleagues, I'm going to now hand over to our esteemed doctors to then comment on your inputs. And then we will give over to my program director that's busy working away. But I'm hoping that we will buy him time with your responses. I'm not sure how you want to take this, in any order that you feel comfortable with. Thank you.
So, thank you. So what I would say that I concur with all the comments. They were very, very good, and I think they will also contribute to the improvement of this paper. And I would like to, to meet, there was one doctor that side there, he said that he will speak with me late. And also my sister over there, I would like also to get in touch with her. And concerning Dr. Zubane on the why not to include everyone, actually you are right. But when you are doing a quantitative study, you need to choose to specify your population first and then reduce it to a sample. That is why the population actually is public servants. But the sample, I'll choose specific department which will be included in my study as sample. But maybe this will be a next paper which now I'll conduct the same study but with the population now, with everyone. Because even if we are a member of the community, a member of the public, but you need also to have specific knowledge when it comes to disaster management. So thank you.
Okay, a short comment. Thank you for the useful comments and inputs. I will definitely consider them when I move forward with my paper. And then just one comment to my brother, the last comment. I think that with regards to the old indigenous approaches, I think we have to acknowledge that, everything has evolved and everything is changing. The temperatures, the climate has changed and everything is extreme the rain is extreme, the heat is extreme. If you go to some of the villages, I come from the rural villages of KZN, the streams or the rivers that we use to collect our water from, some of them have dried out. Even in the villages of Hampahlele, most of the rivers are dried up because it's hotter and they are receiving less rain. And then there's also data that is supporting that, the country and the region are becoming drier and receiving less water. So I think what you are proposing is looking into whether these indigenous approaches cannot help us to manage or improve or deal with the water challenge, which can be a research or a separate paper to see whether if they can still be relevant to the current challenges that we are experiencing on water and climate. Because even outside South Africa and SADC, in Sudan and in the Sahel region, we have seen migration of people who have moved from one village to another because of water challenges. The water basins are drying up, so they move to another place to get access to water. So evidence is there to show that, we're receiving less water and we are experiencing the challenge. So I think, that can be a different research project to see if those approaches can help us address the current issues. Thank you.
Thank you, doctors. Colleagues, once more, a round of applause for their contribution. Okay, I see the program director is back. So I think what we can also take out from the engagement this afternoon to our public institutions or higher learning institutions, there's a need for communities to understand what we mean by climate challenges. Climate change, what does it mean? And how does it affect me and my household? So I'm not sure how we're going to address that as academia, but it's already something that is glaring that. This morning we acknowledged how empowering communities can help us to meet sustainable goals. One of the ways to empower is to make sure that we understand exactly the concepts that the sustainable goals are talking about and how they translate to our everyday life. I believe I'm talking to institutions that are having the capabilities to make knowledge available to communities and to the students so that we are able to contribute fully in some of these discussions, but basing it on a knowledge, an improved, strengthened base of knowledge. Okay. Doc, I believe I've done what you hijacked me to do. So I am here and I want to hand over to yourself and thank you for giving me the power of the mic this afternoon. I didn't abuse it, I hope, but yeah, I got to learn much as I can, so thank you. We will release our doctors back to the seats so that the program director can take over. Yep.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's give them another round of applause. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our session. We have got one presentation from Asanda. It's our intern because as we were constructing this program, we had to think of the youth so that we give them the platform to share with us in terms of what she has got. And she's from the University of Pretoria because I know people at the University of Pretoria. I was requested to take care of her. So taking care of her means that I had to see, and providing her with this platform was the best way I could ensure that she can express herself. So Asanda, we are the lucky few out of many to get the platform and show us what you can give. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. I just wanted to advise you, there is a second intern, Lihlokonolo. She already has some sort of a job somewhere else. She's undergoing interviews. So that's why she could not be here. But we just decided to keep her name because we couldn't take her out. But we are happy for her that she's getting occupied somewhere.
Good day, everyone. I hope everyone is well. My name is Asanda Ngyarvane, and I'm a student at the University of Pretoria, and also an intern at the Department of Public Service and Administration. So, in the same theme, which is theme 6, my topic is working in the same light with the colleagues that just presented right now. It's also a work in preparation, it's a work in progress, and contributions and comment will really mean a lot. So my topic is building a cyber resilient state, the role of higher education institutions in leveraging innovative cybersecurity research and skill development strategies to strengthen state resilience. The case study is going to be looking at the University of Johannesburg, the University of Cape Town, and also the University of Ghana. So this is just going to be a quick one. So with digital transformations come digital issues. As we all know that as much as we progress, there are issues and gaps that are going to be identified with the progression that we have. According to the Positive Technologies 2024, the region's digital development is progressing faster than its implementation of digital policies and regulations, which has opened this explosive gap of attacks and issues. And interesting enough, the richness of our minerals as Africans has also opened to the victimization of cybersecurity and has made us victims of cyber attacks. Then in that high regards, we have also noticed the critical role of higher institutions in not only combating, but also trying to work with the state in bringing solutions and combating the issues that we're currently facing. And they've done this with fostering cybersecurity research and also ensuring that there's training of workforce individuals. Cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting systems, networks, and devices from digital attacks and unauthorized access and also theft. It encompasses, it's very broad in a way that it includes various things, and also it's just the safeguard of information to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and the safekeeping of information of citizens and the state as a whole. So the essence of the study, it basically, as I said, we are facing an issue of cyber attacks in South Africa and Africa as a whole. So the aim of this research is to examine the critical role of higher education institutions in strengthening national cybersecurity resilience in Africa, arguing that their contribution to cybersecurity education, innovation, and public policy development is essential for mitigating the growing threat of cyber attacks and also safeguarding the state security in the increasing digital world. So according to the open source, unfortunately, South Africa is the #1 victim of cybersecurity. And I think there were many cases that were happening, especially last year. And those cases really showed that in the African region, we have become the #1 victim of cyber attack. And then according to the open source, South Africa has been identified as #1, followed by Egypt. And then it becomes on Weber, dark web. The listing also again attacks South Africa, followed by Nigeria, then Algeria. Additionally, as I said, the rich minerals of our African country has also posed the threat of cyber attacks, which also brought that increase of ransomware. Ransomware, it's when a cyber group attacks a state or a department with the aim of getting something in return, so getting a ransom. So they sort of like lock you out of your system and do all those things, and then for them to consider or for them to let go, they will ask for a ransom, and it has been an outgoing and a rapid growth in it. So out of many cases, I just chose 2 cases just to give you a visual representation of what I'm speaking about. So the first case happened last year in Namibia. The Namibian telecom ransom attack in December 2024. The Namibian state-owned telecom provider was a victim of a ransomware attack where its customer data was linked in a dark web. So this doesn't only pose as a threat to the state, but also it touches back to public trust. Because if you as a citizen, your information is linked in dark web, it means anyone can buy that information and it compromises you and the trust that you have in the state. Then the second one is the latest one that I think most people are aware of the South African Weather Service, which had experienced an cyber attack from an unknown source. The breach did not disrupt the services as a whole, but it blocked the service ability to report aviation and marine forecasts and also shut down its email and website. But the problem is that with this one, it didn't only affect South Africa, but it also affected the southern region as a whole. But because in the South African Weather Service, we also have countries such as Zambia and Mozambique who also depend on the forecasts of the South African Weather Service. So this is sort of like a visual representation, or sort of like giving you a visual presentation on the attacks that have been happening, and also which departments are mostly affected currently. As we can see, the government is leading in that victimization, followed by finance and the others. Then with bringing these are our findings. So we have 3 institutions that are the basis of my research that have ongoing initiatives to try and help with the state in fighting cybersecurity issues and also ensuring that there's cyber resilience in a state as a whole. And also the lucky thing about this institution is that they're not looking at South Africa alone or Ghana, since it's South Africa and Ghana, but they are fixated with Africa as a whole, and they've had different initiatives that are based in African countries and are actually helping out. So the first one is the University of Cape Town, which has the Cybersecurity Capacity Center for the Southern Africa. Then we have the University of Ghana, specifically Legon, which is a research center for cybercrime. Then we have the University of Johannesburg, same as the University of Cape Town. It has a UJ Center for Cybersecurity, which its primary goal is to deal with cyber threats. Then these are the initiatives that these universities have done so far. These are few of many. So the University of Cape Town has in the Cybersecurity Center has conducted a maturity research and also provided an assignment, like a broad assignment to the region, in a way that in that assignment they gave out some of the initiatives that are happening, some of the gaps that are currently there in cyber threats in Africa. And also not only that, but they also gave depth research on some of they gave recommendations of some of the ways that states can use to tackle the issue that currently exists. Then the University of Ghana, mostly it deals with research. It deals with research. As we know, at academia, they specialize in research and they become research experts. So one of the initiatives they've done is that they have contributed into the creation of the Cybersecurity Act of 2022 in Ghana. And also they've contributed to revising the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy of Ghana, which these are 2 cybersecurity policies that govern the whole country. And we've seen that this, as much as these are Ghana's policies, we've seen other African countries trying to refer back and try to find out solutions that relate to them. Because as we all know, Africa is not a country, but some of the issues that we face, we can relate to each other. Then the last one is UJ Center. So UJ has collaborated with Google.com to help students. So the nice thing about what UJ is doing is that it has incorporated cybersecurity in their studies in a way that students that are mostly going to go into public services and things like that already have that knowledge of understanding what cybersecurity is, and also how as an individual you also contribute into ensuring that the state as a whole is cybersecurity friendly, and also how you can contribute in ensuring that those little things like phishing, your emails, you don't just click on any link. So they've started with training young people in ensuring that they understand cybersecurity and how it affects the whole country as a whole. So these are the recommendations that came with the research. So as I said, and I think the colleagues that were standing here were saying, national resilience or state resilience is not a one-person job. It needs collaboration, and through collaboration in different brains that are going to come together, it's going to ensure that different ideas are brought together and people actually bring new ideas to the table. Then, given that South Africa is one of the leading victims of cybersecurity, UJ and UCT are advised, or in the recommendation, them working together with the government or departments like DCDT can ensure that their collaboration doesn't only become a collaboration of research, but they refer back to the policies that already exist in South Africa and how those policies can be reformed in a way that they tackle the issues that we are facing today. Then the last one is regional collaboration. As we have seen in these institutions, they do not only stand in their own states and ensuring that there is that greatness of support, but if the states if these institutions work together in ensuring that they bring the different ideas that they have in their respective states and sit down and actually speak about the issues that we face as African countries and how we can tackle them. Yes, we can refer back to European countries and things like that, but as it was stated, it is very crucial that we understand that Africa faces unique issues, and for unique issues to be tackled, unique solutions need to be brought forward. With that being said, addressing Africa's growing vulnerability to attacks requires a collaborative and strategic approach. Engaging with higher education institutions such as the University of Cape Town, the University of Johannesburg, and the University of Ghana, countries with access to specialized experts in countries, so countries can have that the different aspects in research, policy development, and actually technical training. Because something that I forgot to mention is that UCT is one of the UCT Center also trains public servants. So they have webinars. The last webinar they had, I think, was last year in September, where they were training public servants in understanding cybersecurity and how they can assist in ensuring that departments are not attacked in any way. So this institution can play a pivotal role in assessing the current vulnerability, bridging skill gaps, and shaping more effective cybersecurity laws and frameworks. By fostering a strong partnership between states and academic institutions, Africa can build a more resilient digital environment and strengthen its national security in the face of an evolving cyber threats. With that being said, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, colleagues. I think you could see yourself the professionalism in terms of the look and feel, the content, and thank you very much for putting in the effort for the presentation. Because she is a student, from the parents, we can only invite input how to improve, not questions. So I have to protect her because I'm acting like as an elder to her. So I'm going to invite input to enhance her presentation in terms of this threat. It's quite a serious one that has got budgetary implications. Imagine if it was your payday next week and suddenly your finance don't have access to the systems. And so it's just as serious as that. So can we invite input in terms of enhancing her study going forward, or you agreed that it's just top notch. And so you've got a vote of confidence. Thank you very much. She wants to give an input, so over to you.
Oh, I just want to say well done. Well done. Well done.
Well, without further ado, I would like to invite you, Asanda, to give last word of thanks to the audience for listening to you and giving you the opportunity to present.
So I was really hoping for comments on the research, but thank you so much, and the vote of confidence. And firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Sokele. Thank you so much for the opportunity of standing here and actually giving me a chance to present the study. And to the presenters that were here today, I think some of the points that were put, it was an edit from the presentation that everyone did, because it showed a great, I think, collaboration in African countries, and seeing African issues in different perspectives gave me my understanding of greaterness, and also how, as young people, we can contribute in ensuring that it's not only the responsibility of the state to ensure the greatness and the greatness of the state and also the comfortability of citizens, but it's everyone's responsibility. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a great day. Thank you.
Here we go, colleagues. We have come to the end, and I appreciate for your attention up to now. I've got one request. We have got a place called Freedom Park, just about 2 kilometers away. If there are colleagues from outside the country who would like to have a look in terms of the excursion tomorrow, between 1 o'clock after lunch and 3 o'clock, they can just register their names with Clifford. Then we'll make a plan for them to get there tomorrow. And do you have something, sir? So Clifford is at the back. You can just indicate with Clifford, then we'll make a plan to organize so that at least you can have a look what is going on. The liberation history is there at Freedom Park, and what we're talking about, what it means to be an African. You can see what Sobukwe said in the 60s or 50s about definition of an African. So you can see the intellectual thinking at the time, that it was very high. It's just that it was not exposed to the rest of the world. Obviously, there are other leaders from the rest of the continent, but I'm using the name of Sobukwe because he was already a professor at the time, despite the circumstances that pertained at the time. So he was a special person, from my estimation, given the type of the issues that are confronting the African Union. So yeah, that is the offer that we would like to extend for tomorrow. Then we've come to the end of the session. Because we finished very late with the gala dinner yesterday, I think we deserve to leave a bit early today. And tomorrow we're ready to start at 8:30. Our Chinese colleague is coming at 8:30, and it's going to be followed by the principal of the NSG. He's not feeling well. He's going to send his Deputy Director General, who is the same Deputy Director General who came last year, because he was overseas at the time that we were having a seminar last year. So then we'll follow the program in terms of what appears until the end. But for now, thank you very much. We'll see each other tomorrow.
you.